live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
We're joined by Matt Skinner with a very cool hat, as both of us have noticed.
I feel like I need a cool nickname now.
All right. Maniacal Matt.
What's that?
Maniacal Matt.
Maniacal Matt, sure. Yeah, that's great.
Skinner's
that makes sense.
pretty good.
That kind of fits with the air fryer thing.
Yes, air fryer slaughter.
Which
is a hell of a name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
It's very attention grabbing. Your mind just starts to whir with what the hell is this?
Though it's funny, I've posted the wrong word like 3 times now. I called it air fryer assault once, and I called it air fryer shark one time, and had to go back and change all the posts. And I can't even remember the third one, but
that's funny. You say that. Actually, the first time I texted someone about it, I actually called it air fryer massacre.
Nice.
I think you told me that because I started writing it. Air fryer slaughter.
Yeah.
I like it.
I watched Microwave Massacre for the first time the other day, and it is not about a microwave killing people. You know what? You shouldn't be allowed to call a movie massacre if only 2 people die in 80 minutes. What the hell is that? That's not a massacre. That's a mini-cur.
Yes. I like it.
This is nothing against the fine people who made Microwave Massacre.
I loved it. It's a great movie.
Yeah,
it's just a silly title. I love that 80s video game soundtrack they had. The score, that was fantastic. There's a band here in town called 8-Bit, and they play music like that.
Oh, sweet.
Where are you hailing from?
Ottawa, Ontario, Canada.
We have another fun Canadian with us today.
And everyone here wears hats like this.
Really?
No.
I was going to say, it's like a place to visit. That would be amazing. Oh!
No,
wait, there he is. He's coming. Yeah. There you are. What happened?
Rodney Dangerfield was actually asked to be the killer in Microwave Massacre originally.
Oh, wow.
And they went with another. He's the guy who is in Microwave Massacre is an old comedian. And I believe he's like the voice of Frosty the Snowman.
He was. That's all I could hear the whole time.
Yeah. So it's pretty wild.
It was really actually funny hearing some of those lines. Yeah. He was like, I'm so hungry I could eat a whore. And I'm like, Jesus, did Frosty just say that? Like this whole time. And I was kind of like looking off to the side of my computer during it a bit. So like just hearing it and not seeing it, it really seemed like Frosty. That made the whole thing a lot funnier.
That's awesome.
We've had the producer on, and he's wanting to do like a reboot of Microwave Massacre. Either I don't know if he wants to do a sequel or I think a sequel.
The microwave in the first one is the size of our apartment fridge, man. I've never seen anything like that before.
So this has a connection though. Air fryer, it's like the new microwave. It's a microwave of today.
Except ours is about an appliance killing a lot of people.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you can never do microwave versus air. You can't do Microwave Massacre versus air fryer where they battle because the microwave is just the plain old microwave.
Yeah.
It has radiation on its side.
I mean, we could do
that kind of radiation.
We'd probably do. I mean, people in the group have been saying if there's a sequel, this appliance should be the bad guy or the opponent or this appliance. Then there's a lot of
Instapot.
I think it should be Instapot because Instapot's kind of what it replaced. There was the Instapot cult and everyone talked about them, and now it's an air fryer cult. And I didn't get an air fryer until December, and I wasn't even part of the cult till then. And then I was just all in right away, like boom. And I'm pretty self-aware, so I knew what was happening and I knew what I was doing. So I was making a lot of jokes about it, which is kind of how the movie came to be. Because I was kind of poking fun at the fact that I was obsessed with air fryers.
It's awesome. I had a porterhouse steak cooked in an air fryer last night. And
we do all our steak in it now.
Perfect.
Was it? Yeah. Because it sears it nice on the outside. It crisps it up on the outside. And the inside can still be however you like it. We like ours rare, but
same.
I actually have an air fryer that my brother got me for Christmas, but I haven't set it up yet.
Oh my God.
And he's like a very big on cooking dude, Mr. Neal.
Yeah, he's an amazing meal.
Lesser tool. It's a good tool.
It's fantastic. We don't even use our microwave anymore.
Yeah, there's no reason.
No, there's no reason, and we don't use our toaster anymore. And my mom keeps saying like, wouldn't it be easier to use the toaster? And I'm like, Mom, toasters are for losers, you know, like we have an air fryer now. And my mom's like, well, I guess I'm a loser. I'm like, well, I guess so.
Yeah, Mom.
Dave, dead man, hey, fellow Canuck.
Oh, another Canadian, nice.
Yeah, he's upset that there's no poutine emoji.
Yeah, we'll have to develop one.
That's funny. We just watched Super Troopers last night. It's got that good line about poutine in it.
I haven't seen that since it was released, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a long time ago, man.
It was
a fine film.
I'm a big pothead, so I watched that one a lot.
All you fine folks and watching on YouTube, hit the like button. If you're watching on Facebook, go over on the YouTube and hit the like button. We're happy wherever you're watching. But so you said that's kind of how the movie came about. You kept posting about air fryer. So how did it come about? Like, was it your idea?
Yeah. So what happened was I posted, if any director will make a killer air fryer movie and cast me as the voice of the air fryer. And I said, it's got to be a feature. It's got to be 60 to 75 minutes long. I hate it when any movies go over 75 minutes. But it had to be at least 60. I said, I will help with the crowdfunding because I have a little bit of experience with that. And I said, I'll get the director's name tattooed on my butt. And I mean, it was a joke, right?
Yeah.
And like 4 hours later, there was a poster that said starring Matt Skinner with the air fryer on it. And Matthew Mark Hunter said, you know, it's going to be a short. And I'm like, no, it's got to be a 60-minute feature. Like, this isn't short material. This is air fryer. You know, you can't fuck around. It's air fryer. You can't go halfway. No half measures with the air fryer. So he's like, sure. And I think the Indiegogo campaign went up the next day, and it looked great. Wow. Like somehow in that amount of time, he did nice graphics, and it looks nice. And like 3 days later, we were halfway to our goal or all the way. It happened super fast. We were really shocked. And turns out like I had a lot of friends. He just updated the IMDb today with all the special thanks credits and everything. And like, you know, all the perks come with it. So most of them are on there. And like so many of my friends supported this thing. Like it was actually really overwhelming to see that kind of support. So right now, like as of right now, we're double our goal. But the thing is, Michael Mahal, he's always giving out good advice. He always says on Indiegogo, set your goal for half of what you think you'll need to make the movie, because it makes it that much easier to go in demand. And then, you know, you can keep going and extend your time. And so I figured we need about $3,000. And so we set it at 1,500. And today we went from like 2,900 up to 3,100. So we're good to go. But I mean, it was going to happen anyway, because Matthew Mark Hunter films so often that he's got all the supplies already. He's got the fake blood and the body parts and ready to go. And he's got the local crew that he always works with. So the filming starts February 16th, which is the campaign won't even be over. And it's 3 weekends in a row, so 6 days of principal photography. And I think he's going to do one more weekend. But by the time the campaign actually ends, filming is going to be almost complete. Which usually you do the campaign, and then there's a month or two of getting ready and getting all the stuff, and then you start filming. But he doesn't screw around. So his goal is to have post-production done in a month, and then this summer he'll be selling the DVDs at conventions.
Wow.
Oh, that's amazing.
It is amazing, and it's great because I'm the most impatient person on earth. This is actually the worst hobby for me, because waiting 2 to 3 years for a movie fucking kills me. It's awful. I think the reason we've donated to 200 movies is because I can't wait that long. So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to try another movie. Maybe it'll come out quicker. Oh, we'll do another movie. I just kept doing movies until the movies started coming out, like donating to movies. And then now it's like a steady stream of movies coming in that we've donated to watch. and that's nice. It took like 3 years, but now I'm in that
Now
sweet
you get a
spot where I
cycle.
constantly have
Yeah.
movies coming out.
Well, it's also nice, I knew you from helping out campaigns through a lot of cool people that I know, like Madeline and stuff. And
Maddie's my favorite.
yeah,
Shout out
she's
to
amazing.
Maddie. Woo woo! Big
I
day
think
for her
that's how we
tomorrow.
first met.
Love you, Maddie.
Yeah, when we showed Bathtub Shark Attack, which I had in my top 13 movies because I think it's awesome.
It made it in my top 20 of 2023, but it was right near the top. I tried to do a top 10. It was impossible. I ended up doing a top 20.
Yeah, it's so good. But
Murder
it's
Guys was
cool.
my number one.
So you're helping all these people, and then they come in and support you when you want to make something.
Yeah, which is fantastic. And I never imagined in a million years that would even be a scenario that would happen. Hadn't even occurred to me. But yeah, it's all like everyone's really come out and not only donating but sharing, and not only that,
Yeah.
but like
because everyone can't donate, monetarily, but sharing
Exactly.
is very helpful.
Yeah, and other things too, like the first person I reached out to was Claire Bacon. Do you know Claire?
No,
She's from the UK and she does a Slutty the Clown character that was
I think I actually know that.
Yeah, it was on Trauma. That's a great character she created. So I reached out to her and I'm like, how would you like to do a remote role? I'm like, we can't pay you, but I'd love to have your character just do a remote role in the movie. And right away she said yes. She didn't even think about it. She was like, sure. So that was great. And then Poltergeist, I OD'd. You know Poltergeist? He's a rapper from Canada.
He's been on the show, and he was our music of the month. I don't know, sometime last year.
I love his horror rap. I love it.
Yeah.
So he said he would do a song for the movie, and I'm like, oh, that's so fantastic because the world needs a rap song about killer air fryers so bad.
Yes.
That's been lacking. I don't know how many times someone said to me, you know what we really need is a rap song about killer air fryers. So like that's phenomenal. I love his horror rap. So that's exciting too. And he did that song in the credits of Carousel 3 and it's awesome. So that's really bonus for us. I'm really into that. Now for the actual score, Matthew's got his own crew in Ohio that he uses all the time. He's got a ton of regulars that he uses, which is the other reason he could come out and do this so fast. So
he just has his people lined up and ready to go.
Yeah, like he went scouting a location like days after we announced. And then once he had that wrapped up, that was the first thing he did. Then he started contacting his regular crew and getting them on board. One of the guys' name is John Cataline. He's a professional wrestler.
Yeah, he's been on the show too.
I love that guy. And he does the Cowboy Jim character that cracks me up. And that's what he's doing in our movie. He's doing Cowboy Jim, which is great because Charlie loves that role too. So
yeah.
Charlie's enjoying all this. He's like, I hope Lloyd Kaufman says jumping Jesus on a pogo stick. He didn't say the word because he doesn't swear, but that's his catchphrase. And when we saw him say it in the movie, Charlie's like, I hope he says that in our movie. I mentioned to Matthew Mark Hunter. He's like, I'm going to put it in the script just in case.
I love it. And for people who don't know, your son Charlie, he has tons of producer credits.
He's so cute.
I think he's got 40 producer credits and over 100 special thanks credits and maybe 20 actor credits.
That's amazing.
He supported a lot of movies.
He's adorable.
He is. Well, he was. Now he's a teenager.
Oh, different.
He's sitting right here. He's sitting right here listening to it.
Is he?
Yeah.
How old is this teenage person?
He's 15 now.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely in the teens. It's not like hovering at the edge.
Well, that's like trying to wear shorts and a t-shirt to school in the middle of winter. Teen, like right into that's what Canadian teens do. Canadian teens
also do that.
New England.
Oh, do they? Yeah.
Oh yes.
You want to go underdressed in the winter to school.
Very much.
Yeah. Man, that's how you know here where they're a teenager now. Oh, you're a teenager now. You don't want to dress anymore.
That's how you know that they're cool.
Yeah. Oh my!
A lot of middle-aged guys here will do the hoodie and shorts during the winter.
Oh yeah. We've got that too for sure. I had a friend who didn't wear pants for like 10 years, but now he's married and has kids and he wears pants. And I mean, those Canadian winters are so brutal. And I remember him just standing outside the tattoo shop wearing shorts, and I was like, that's gross.
So
I hate winter. I'm not a cold person.
I saw you got the air fryer slaughter tattoo on your
Okay,
leg.
so, yeah,
Oh,
How
I
about
didn't.
the butt tattoo?
So what happened was, first of all, I'm covered in tattoos, right? Like covered, my head, my ears, everything, hands. So my big chunk of real estate with nothing is my butt. And I was picturing like a long name, and also I was picturing some guy's name. And why would I want to explain that for the rest of my life? Why I have a guy's name tattooed on me?
how many
So
people are going to see your ass for the rest of your life?
well, that's
We
why I'm
don't
saying.
know.
That's why I said my ass. That's why I said
Okay.
my ass. So, because no one would see it except the mortician. So what I did was, but it was MMH. He goes by MMH and MMH production. So I figure I can stick an MMH anywhere. But then the whole thing got so big and so cool. I was like, okay, I want some sort of air fryer on there too. So I whipped up like a outline of an air fryer, just a like a line art, with teeth.
Mhm.
And I was picturing getting in like 2.5 inches, in the spot. And the tattoo artist didn't. She thought the space I showed her, I wanted to fill it. So it's like 6 inches high and like 4 inches wide. I mean, I could have got it smaller, but she's like, "You're paying for an hour, and this is going to come on just under an hour." And it did. It was 52 minutes, so they would have been the same price wise anyway. Like I wanted to keep it
So it's
small.
like big, like big.
Well, it's big enough that like I made it super simple because if you make it really small, you can't put any detail.
Yeah.
It's big enough that I'm gonna like bloody up the teeth now. I'm gonna get my buddy to like put some blood
I
on
was
there.
going to suggest that since like it is like basically the black outline, but now since
Mhm.
it is bigger than you
I need to
expected,
know.
yeah.
I mean, I expected like little tiny gaps in the teeth, like I thought it was gonna be
Yeah.
really small.
I gotta look this up.
And
I can show it here if you like.
I see
now
it. It's so cool.
it's not really small anymore. And he's gonna take that logo and put it on the back of the DVD case.
No, I love it.
It's
Yeah.
amazing.
So I
That's
can say, this
adorable.
tattoo's on the
Look at
DVD.
those clean lines.
Yeah, it's good lines.
I figure I'm only gonna make a movie once in my life, so I might as well go all in,
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, now if you do more, you have to find more space.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, like we weren't even like, if we hit $3,000, we'll get a tattoo. I was just like, fuck it, the movie's getting made. I'm getting the tattoo. we didn't even like tie it into perks or anything. So yeah.
Matthew's in the chat here, Matthew Mark Hunter, who's also a regular on Severed Limbs, our film festival. Hello, Matthew.
So while I've got him on here, I'm gonna say
Oh.
I would like everyone to check out the MMH Productions 2023 demo reel. It's on YouTube, but you can find it on the campaign page, right in the summary of the campaign page. And it's like 2.5 minutes of trauma, man. It's just cheesy but really cool practical effects. Some of it looks awesome, and some of it's like really trauma. But literally buckets of blood flying around, like blood just flying around everywhere. And that's what you want from an air fryer movie, right? If you're gonna make a killer air fryer movie, you want to have fun.
Right.
Yes.
It's gonna be ridiculous. So he was like, "How crazy do you want to go? Like, can it do this? Can it do that?" I'm like, "It can do fucking anything. It can pick anything up with no hands. It can use the force. You don't need to explain it." I posted the other day, like when I was 11 and saw Maximum Overdrive, I was like, "This is dumb," because none of these things are self-propelled. Even if they came to life, they wouldn't be able to move. Now I'm like, he can do anything. He can do anything he fucking wants, and we don't have to explain it. So it's going to be crazy. Like, not only is it going to be like corny jokes and gags, but he's got some vicious, crazy kills lined up. Like, it's almost like a contrast because it's like funny and light, and then it's like dark. and yeah, there's going to be some really interesting kills. He's already lined up 7 kills, and it's only going to be around 60 minutes.
Wow.
So there's going to be no downtime. There's not going to be like 30 minutes where you're like, holy fuck, this dialogue is awful. Like, indie movies,
Character
like
development time.
like 45 minutes where nothing fucking happens. It's not going to be like that at all. It's just going to be blood and guts and body parts and jokes. Bad jokes.
Amazing. You're selling this. I'm not that title didn't get me right from the get-go, but now I'm like, I have to actually.
Well, if you watch that demo reel, if you see the demo reel, you'll be like, holy shit, this director is perfect for this. and his SFX practical crew. It's going to be all practical, and it's shot on video. So this is going to be like 80s trauma big time. Shot on video, all practical effects, cheesy fucking everything. It's going to be amazing.
Do you have the? Are you going to use
I'm
basically
excited
your?
because I had no idea. Like when I talked about this at first, I had no idea it was going to turn into something this good. Basically,
I think a lot of times that's what happens. Some like crazy random idea comes out, and then it just there it is. It just happens. It just
yeah,
comes.
and that's what happened to for the ending too, which I won't say any details at all, except it's awesome, and it just came together one night. Me and MMH were chatting at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden we're doing this crazy end, and then we had the end of the movie. We had the end of the movie before we had the beginning of the movie, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
important.
then, yeah. Excuse me. Then we signed Jessa Flux, which is unreal because she's amazing and does so much good stuff. And she was in Murder Size, my favorite movie of last year, indie horror movie, in the best scene of the movie. I mean, she stole the show. Kansas was hilarious, but Jessa was just incredible, that scene. Have you guys seen Murder Size?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
did not see it. Neil
Oh, you gotta
definitely
watch it.
has.
It's on Tubi.
Yeah, it's
It's
on
on Tubi.
Tubi.
All right, well,
It,
I know.
it was on our friends. It originally was streaming on New Village Video. Our friends
Yes.
from there, and then it's on Tubi now. And it
I
played
like
at
those guys.
it played a festival I was at. That our movie played at too, which was really cool. And I was hoping that the Ragsdales could come out, but they ended up not being able to make it. Because they've also, you could check out their interview on the show. They're very cool people.
Yeah, Paul and Angie are awesome.
Yeah.
So the other thing is Matthew Mark Hunter already has 10 videos on Trauma Now.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for our movie to end up on Trauma Now. Like nothing would make me happier. And he's got and Lloyd Kaufman's
in
the movie. And Matthew has a really good relationship with Lloyd because Matthew's also doing a short called Pool Toy Shark Frenzy. I get the order wrong sometimes. I think that's it. And Lloyd's voicing the shark, the toy shark. So that's going to be amazing. Matthew Mark Hunter does some fun stuff. He has like 200 shorts on YouTube, and they're hilarious. And then he's got these 10 videos on Trauma Now, and then he's got some features on YouTube, like an hour long, 45 minutes. And it's all hilarious. It's all ridiculous. Like, thank God he's the one that was like, get my name tattooed in your ass and I'll make the movie. He didn't actually say that. I don't think anyone would have held me to that. I mean, he was so happy the campaign's going so well. I don't think he really gave a shit if I got my ass tattooed or any tattoo. But I wanted to do it at this point. And I hadn't been tattooed in 20 years. 20 years. Wow. Like, I haven't been tattooed since 5 years before Charlie was born. And I never planned on getting tattooed again, ever. Had lost all interest in them. And then here I am in a tattoo shop. And holy God, the technology has changed. It was like a brand new experience.
They don't have no more coil machines.
No more coil machines. The place was silent. And just everything. The aftercare, the stuff they put on it after.
Really?
How they make the stencil, like everything was different.
Really? I used to work in a tattoo shop, so I had like all kinds of leftover supplies that's certainly gone bad. But I remember having to draw things out and put them through like the big carbon copy.
They don't draw anything anymore. They do it on an iPad, and then it just prints out the carbon paper, the stencil. And then when it's done, they put this sticker over it that I can leave on for 3 or 4 days, so no dirt gets on it, nothing gets.
Oh, it's like that derma, whatever it's called.
It's like a totally clear sticker. I don't know what it's called. Like if I'm looking at the tattoo right now, you would not know there's a sticker on it.
That's cool.
And so you don't have to worry about the clothing on it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a good experience. So that was something else good that came out of the air fryer. Oh, here's a good story. The tattoo story is a good story, but there's another one. I resisted air fryers for years. Everyone's like, get an air fryer, get an air fryer. I'm like, no, we have a tiny, tiny kitchen. We have a small apartment. I do not have the counter space. So in December, my neighbor and one of my best friends, her teenage son wanted an air fryer for his birthday in December. who the hell in their teen years wants a fucking air fryer? So she gets him a small one, thinking, what the fuck is he gonna do with an air fryer? And she loves it so much, she's cooking for 6 people in shifts in this little air fryer she got him. She didn't even get a big one, and she's like, "You gotta get an air fryer. It's amazing." So I was like, "God, if you think it's good, then it's got to be right." So I ordered one right away because they had a payment plan, and I bought the air fryer on a 6-month payment plan, and we're gonna have the fucking movie done before the air fryer is paid off. So I was like, "Okay, I got it." And Maddie's like, "It's gonna change your life, Matt. Like, it really is." And I'm like, "Yeah, whatever, man. Fuck, I'm not gonna join the fucking cult." And then I signed right up, got the robe. I'm like, Jesus, this thing should come with a T-shirt so everyone knows I own a fucking deep fryer or air fryer. Oh my God, I said deep fryer. I'm going to hell. If my air fryer heard that, I'm fucked. So, but anyway, so Oliver is his name. Oliver wanted an air fryer for his birthday, and that's what all led to this, because that's what got me hooked on it. So he's got a special thanks in the
I was
movie.
gonna say he deserves a special
Aw.
thanks. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it.
I did put
For people who follow Matt on Facebook, it actually got you off from talking Barbie for a while. You were like, "I'm going from Barbie to talking about air fryer." Yeah.
Well, I went Barbie Big Shark air fryer.
Oh, okay, I forgot Big Shark.
Kind of lost my mind over Big Shark. Or actually, no, I went Barbie air fryer, and then I kind of lost interest in the air fryer because of Big Shark. And then I got back into it. I mean, I was still eating with it every day. Don't get me wrong. I was still cooking with it, but yeah, I had to talk about Big Shark because that was the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh my God!
Yeah, neither of us have seen Big Shark. We need to find Big Shark, Annabelle.
It's not even scored yet. Like, I saw it twice in the same weekend, and the first night you couldn't tell because the crowd was so loud the whole time and so boisterous. Couldn't hear the fucking dialogue or anything.
Wow.
So then we go back on a Sunday afternoon. It's a little bit less rowdy crowd, and we're like, holy shit, there's no score in this movie yet. And there's no end credits. So apparently in March in LA, there's going to be a premiere of an actual completed version. And then it's supposed to be here in Ottawa in April. Because the owner of our theater is friends with Greg from The Room. And he's not in Big Shark, but he's such good friends with Tommy that he brought Big Shark here. Like, he was there when they screened. So, and that was great. We got a copy of his book signed, and we got The Room signed, and I think we got Miracle Valley too, the movie he directed. And it's like, Miracle Valley is actually a good movie. It's not a so bad it's good movie. It's like a good movie. It's like, shit, it's just a good movie, man. But thank God Big Shark was terrible and awesome. just what you want out of Big Shark.
Yeah, I was telling
out here.
Yeah, hopefully it'll because they show The Room every once in a while at the Coolidge.
Yeah, local theater.
Yeah, I was telling Matt before we went live that we were, I think it was a Demon Baby or Devil Baby. We went to see Midnight Movie, and we came out of that, and people were all rowdy, going crazy. And we opened the door, and there was like balloons flying around. We're like, "What is this?" And they were like, "Why didn't we go see this movie?"
The Devil Baby was okay. Some person was. I'm guessing you saw it. Someone was scared.
Never saw it
in the beginning.
It's
fine. You don't have to.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not that good.
They got scared and they like jumped and their beer went like all over me. I'm just like, dude.
Oh no.
This is not a scary movie. This is not. It is not scary.
We went to Megadeth, and someone behind Charlie accidentally dumped a beer on him last year. And the whole concert was, I was distracted thinking, oh my God, he's going to go to school tomorrow and they're going to smell beer on him and it's just going to be a disaster. And then we got home and it didn't smell, like it must have just barely got him or something. But thank God. The whole concert, I was just thinking about that. Like, oh Lord, I can't have my kid going to school smelling a beer, but it's his only jacket, you know?
Wow.
Let's see. Dave Bedman's excited. He loves Trauma.
Yeah.
MMH said easily 10 kills or more.
Oh, really? We're up to 10 now.
Yeah.
We keep adding cast.
Yeah.
They have to be killed when you add cast, right?
We keep adding scenes and we keep adding cast. I signed an actress today that we haven't announced yet. Sunday's the big announcement.
Ooh.
And I wanted her, and I contacted her, and we worked something out. I'm super, super excited. Yeah, I can't wait to Sundays. Wait until Sunday is gonna kill me. Like I said, I'm super impatient. I told you I was
Yeah.
impatient.
Yeah, I'm the same way actually. So
Charlie asked me afterwards. He's like, "When are you announcing that?" I'm like, "Not till Sunday." And he's like, "Oh, that's gonna kill you." Like, and it is. Like, thank God I got Maddie, because I just tell her everything. She's a ball. So everything that happens, I'm like, Maddie, I got to tell you that.
You gotta keep yourself
Like, I need to
occupied.
talk to somebody about this. I really need Maddie to see Big Shark, so someone gets all the fucking references. It's like no fun making references to a movie that nobody is seeing. This just
I'm
is crazy.
absolutely unreal crazy phobia of sharks. Can I survive this movie? I mean,
Fuck
like,
yes,
real
it's so
deep
stupid.
fear.
Like, there's no fucking way this movie scares you at
And like
all.
undo my phobia.
Oh Christ! Like, if it goes around town on a bed of water that just goes where the shark goes. It's so fucking stupid. Like,
That sounds all right.
there's no way in hell this movie scares you. No way.
If it
Oh,
does,
God.
I will let you know.
You'll be like the guy with the
Ew.
beer at Devil Baby.
Yeah. I mean, the first 40 minutes, I don't even think you see the fucking shark, so it'll be fine.
I think that wasn't that what was the original stupid shark movie now? Not Jaws 3.
Sharknado.
Sharknado. That took a long time to get any sharks actually doing anything. And they were
Man,
not in a tornado. It was like Shark Hurricane.
If you just call Sharknado stupid, Maddie's gonna fight you. That's like she lives and dies by that franchise. Like, she thinks it's better than Jaws or any shark.
Like it's fun and great, or it's like quality.
I don't know. She just fucking loves it. I mean, Maddie likes a lot of shit. So, like, Maddie thinks Meg 2 was good. What the fuck does she know?
She has a podcast. Was it Bad Shark Films? Or
Shitty
her whole
shark
podcast
movies.
is dedicated to shark films.
Shitty shark movies.
Shitty shark movies.
Yeah. No, I mean, but I love Sharknado. Don't get me wrong, Maddie. I love Sharknado, man. I love it.
I
And
hate it. It's just
I love the second one because after the first one was so popular, every fucking idiot in Hollywood wanted a cameo in the second one. So it's just like cameo after cameo after cameo. So I'm just like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme the whole time.
Oh yeah.
Pointing at the TV.
So do you have do you have your voice yet for to play?
Well, you know, I sent him 2 because he's doing a little short for a film festival, and he's basically turning it into a promo for our movie. So he gave me a couple lines. Well, it wasn't even. It was like a couple of words and a scream, I think. Or no, a laugh. So I did 2 different takes and sent them to him. And he's like, well, I really like them both. So maybe you'll do one in some scenes and one in the other scenes. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I need to see the whole script, because until I know really how dark it is, it's going to be hard to gauge what he should sound like, because it might be really light. Shouldn't say that. I know how some of the kills are going to go, so I don't know how light it'll be. I don't know. This movie's an enigma because it's got a lot going on. It's cheesy and fun, but it's also like, oh my God, what did they just do? People are going to be talking about this movie afterwards. There's some weird fucking kills in it. You know, the end of Bathtub Shark I shouldn't. Well,
yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, because I expected it to be a certain kind of movie, and it is about, you know, a silly looking shark that comes through the pipes and stuff, but it goes a completely different direction. And then there's an insane scene at the end of the movie that I don't want to give away. Yeah.
And like, even in my IMDb review, I called it a "what the actual fuck" moment. You know, WTAF, like what the actual fuck. I think in our movie, people are going to say that at least once, but no, wait, at least twice, probably 3 times. You know,
amazing.
And I will say, this isn't a spoiler because we talked about it right from day one. This is an indie horror movie, so there will be a penis being severed. and it's gonna get air fried. So, but that's the one kill I can talk about because we've been open about that. Because every indie horror movie really needs a severed penis. Like, if you make a movie without a severed penis, did you really make an indie horror movie? I don't know. Not really. So we got
There's
that
a
in there. Like,
checklist of things that need to be in indie horror.
you need Night of the Living Dead on a TV somewhere.
Oh, that drives me crazy. Are you gonna really do that?
You gotta have that. You gotta have the penis severed. What are some of the other ones? Oh, you gotta have a shower scene that has nothing to do with anything. just an excuse to have boobs and foam. And I can't remember what the other ones are. I had a list.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to check them all off. Like, originally I was like, Matthew, we got to do all of these in one movie. But he's like, well, no, we need a coherent movie, so we can't. we
He's keeping it together. All right.
Throw it every one. So, but then I say that now we've gone the other way. I did that one with the school background. I was like, Charlie, this is what school photos look like when I was a kid. The first one I did on a beach, like Planet of the Apes, like the Statue of Liberty.
Nice.
Yeah,
but it was the
you damn fool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird because I almost wore my Planet of the Apes sweater. Oh, I see that now. Yeah. I forget what you were saying. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what was the thing?
It was about trying to put everything in the movie.
List.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Today, he unveils a perk that you can get an actor to say any line you want.
Wow. How much
So
does that cost? Oh my.
It's like $20. All his perks are so cheap.
Really?
So for $20, you can get him to say the dumbest shit. And I'm like, we can't just have him talking gibberish the whole time. So don't do too many of those perks. But I did mine about movies so that they they could have a conversation about movies and use 3 lines, like, so it didn't sound natural. So I did Halloween Ends was garbage. It's the worst movie of the franchise. I did Barbie was the best movie of 2023. No, it was I'm Just Ken. Barbie is the best movie of 2023. I'm Just Ken. And then the third one was Look at My Tits. Murder Size was the best indie horror of 2023 because that's Jess's big line. And the last one was for Maddie. Dingo Pizza. It's pizza so good the dingo ate your pizza. That's from Spirit Animal. And she puts that commercial in different indie movies all the time that other people make. So it's kind of her thing. So I wanted to do some sort of thing for Maddie. So I thought that was a good one.
Yeah.
But I mean, I could have kept going. Like I wanted to do Skinnamarink so bad. That was like number 5. So yeah, so God knows what people are going to submit, but it's only $20. So if there's any of those left, it is limited. Pick one of those up. Because
that's I've got
very tempting.
Indiegogo.com/projects. It's always weird to give out this link, but I have the link scrolling, and we'll put the link in the on the website and on the YouTube and stuff, so people can click.
Like on Indiegogo, it's the only movie titled Air Fryer Slaughter.
That's very good. You don't have to scroll through that. It's like
there's only one.
Yeah.
You
know that's like, you laugh, but sometimes if someone does name their movie like just a word that's like very common, it's really hard to find it.
Oh, I know. It is. And like even on IMDb, it's when you come up with 20 results.
Yeah.
So far, Air Fryer is
the only one.
Pretty much on there.
It's gonna start.
There's a few documentaries on IMDb, but we already come up ahead of them because the page is getting so much traffic.
Documentaries about air fryer.
About air fryer squatters.
I watched one.
How was it?
I watched Air Fryers. Are they worth it? And the answer is yes. Who knew? I watched a 45-minute documentary to find out. Yeah, they're fucking worth it. Fuck, I could have told them that. But it was actually interesting because it turns out I wondered how they worked. Right.
Yeah,
it's magic. That's how, like, it's just magic.
There's a wizard inside.
It's fucking magic, man. God, they crisp it up like there's oil, and there's no fucking oil. Like, magic.
It was yesterday. I was out with my brother, and we were at this local discount place, Ollie's. I think there's more of them, but it's a little close. And I know they had all these recipe cards, and one of them was for air fryers. So I took a picture and sent it to Matt.
Yeah.
Neil's got to convert It will
I
make
love that. I
so many
love
things
that I'm the air
much
fryer
easier.
guy now. That's great. It's nice to be known for something.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could. Some air fryer company out there would
They want to be associated with the air fryer
donate.
slaughter. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Would
I
they
don't know if it's the
would
best
you be
like
able to
connection.
line up
Well,
like a
it's
sweet
funny. We
air
teased
fryer?
the Jessa Flux signing, but
Mhm.
Matthew Mark Hunter used a promo picture that had like her actual silhouette. So right away, everyone's like, "Oh, it's Jessa Flux. You're gonna announce Jessa Flux." I'm like, "Fuck sakes!" So I came out with. We had bought. I ordered. Drew Barrymore has a air fryer brand called Beautiful Air Fryers. It's actually what they're called, and they look different than other air fryers. They're a different color, so they stand out.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh, we got to get that in there so we can make jokes about how we got Drew Barrymore's air fryer." Because I had already made a meme saying Drew Barrymore. It said in big letters, "Drew Barrymore and her air fryer," and then little letters at the bottom, "Will not be in our movie." So I thought, well, now the fucking air fryer will be in our movie. And so when everyone said it was just a flux, we made the big announcement and we announced the fucking air fryer that we had signed Drew Barrymore's air fryer. So everyone thought we were just fucking around. And then like 2 days later, we announced just a flux.
This
I
It's been
saw
a
beautiful
one.
air
fun
fryer
campaign.
is not beautiful. I don't know. I
It's
feel
called beautiful. Like, and I thought
it's
that was
not.
just like, I thought that was Amazon just jazzing up their description, you know? Beautiful air fryer by Drew Barrymore. No, that's what it's actually called.
Yeah, and it's really not beautiful at all.
My neighbor wants one now that she's seen it.
Really? Because I mean, it's like I don't know. Beautiful doesn't make something beautiful. Like using the word beautiful on your product doesn't actually create that.
I mean, I think all air fryers are a little beautiful, really. I've never seen an
That's
ugly
so
air fryer.
sweet.
We were joking before Christmas that when we went to my parents for 2 weeks, we were going to leave the air fryer alone or we were going to bring it with us. And everyone on my Facebook was like, "You're a monster if you leave it alone." And B keeps Anthony. I can't remember B's last name. Kimball with the crew that did Babezilla and all that gang. She keeps giving me shit because I haven't named it. I think it was B. It was B or Sunny.
Ooh.
Oh no, it might have been Sunny. I just talked up B and I think it was Sunny. I love them both. But yeah, they're always like, "You haven't named it yet? Oh my god, don't you even care about that thing?"
Wow.
And then it must have been Sunny because then Sunny jumped right in and supported the campaign big time, and she was our first associate producer, and she's been great. But I still never named my fucking air fryer, even though I love it so much.
Yeah. How do you feel about that now it's been pointed out? I feel a
Well,
little guilty picking on the not beautiful fryer.
you know, like the thing is, I don't want to assign it a gender. I don't know what gender it thinks it is, so it's hard to
Yeah.
name it. Really, I can name it like Sam. Sam covers all
Yeah.
the bases.
Right.
There's some
Yeah,
good
yeah.
gender
That's
neutral
it.
names.
That's my air fryer's name. It's Sam.
Sam the air
I liked it.
fryer. I
Yeah.
love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And I like one of the perks is you can actually own the air fryer monster. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And have you seen the actual air fryer monster? It looks
I
great.
need to see. Oh my
I
goodness.
know. Well, I saw it on the video. Yeah, when he's holding it. Yeah.
But there's a picture of it out. Oh no, that was it. That was it with the
Yeah.
laser lights behind it.
Yeah, with the
background.
eyes.
Yeah.
That was the actual air fryer.
Yeah, it
That's
looks
awesome.
awesome.
Yeah, it's got the red light eyes. Matthew did that, man, in like one evening, and it looks fantastic. He's really creative, and it shows in his special effects and his practical effects. But
Wow,
I mean,
a lot of these
we're gonna
people
have like
bought them all. Like all the like name a lead actor. All 8 of those have been taken. That's very
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, go on, sir.
and actually like there's 2 voice perks left now, but that was completely sold out. He just added them today. He added 3,
Wow.
and one of them sold before we even announced that we put them on there. And what else sold out? A bunch of stuff. We've been really lucky. We've been blessed. People have been really, really good to us, and we really appreciate it. This has blown us away. Like we didn't, I don't know, going in if we really thought we were going to do this well, or if the movie was going to turn into something this great. Like it's really gone from something little to something big. So
Heather Harlow's involved. Who?
I love Heather. I love Heather
Yeah.
so
on
much.
Microwave 2.
Actually, when we announced Heather, I did a Heather Harlow marathon. and watched all her movies that are streaming.
Yeah.
And then when Jessa signed, we watched 12 movies in 2 days that she
Wow.
was in. And now this new one is in so many movies that we're announcing Sunday, and we started the marathon tonight because it is going to take days to get through these movies.
Is that ever going to backfire? You like hire someone, then you watch the movies, and you're like, this person sucks.
I've done these marathons all before.
Okay,
I
so
love
it's not
these
anything
actors.
new.
Like, I mean, some of them are new. Like a couple of Jesses I hadn't seen. Heather's I'd seen them all. This next person has so many I haven't seen them all, so it's cool. The earlier stuff I haven't seen, it's hard to track down some of it, but I've been finding it. One was on YouTube when we watched it, and like it's 360p or something. But we just finished one. We just finished a movie right before I got on here, and it's gonna be days and days. But I love her so much, and the scene that she's in appeals to me so much that I feel like Quentin Tarantino casting Selma Hayek and him drinking off her toes, you know, like he cast himself in that role, the dirty fucker, and that's kind of how I feel today, because I got like my dream actress in the dream scene, and I got to come up with the scene. Matthew Mark Hunter has given me so much freedom. Like Jessa was my idea, this new actress was my idea. The scene I came up with today, he was just like, do it and then I'll write the scene. So I came up with the idea, and he wrote the scene like 5 minutes later and sent it off to the actress with the contract.
Wow.
Yeah, he did the same thing with Jessa, man. Like we signed her and we had an idea for the scene, and then boom, he just wrote it out. And they're excellent. Like you would never know that they were written off that quick. You'd have no idea. So he's just a machine. He's been doing this since he was 16 or 17. He was a teenager when he started. So this is in his blood. Like this is what he does. He's always producing content. Check out MMH Productions viewers on YouTube, because he's got so many interesting shorts and fun stuff, all ridiculous trauma type stuff. So if you like trauma, then you're gonna love it.
Yeah, and it's great that Lloyd's involved. I know people have varying opinions on Lloyd, but
yeah, it's true.
He is always, in my opinion, he's always willing to help out. Being a cameo or things like that. If he's in
he has over 400 acting credits.
Mm-hmm.
That's how many cameos he's been in. I mean, some of them are roles, but he's been in over 400 movies.
Wow.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny because we were doing a Lloyd marathon because we had just announced him.
That would take a long time to watch all Lloyd.
We were just like doing the best stuff, you know.
Right. You watch all 400, yeah.
But we paused it to go watch Enter the Dragon down at the Mayfair, which is made in Ottawa, and fucking Lloyd Kaufman was in it. I'm like, fuck off. Like, we're in the middle of a marathon, and this is a movie made in Ottawa, and here's fucking Lloyd Kaufman. And it wasn't even like a remote role. Like he was there with the main actress, chatting it up, being an asshole, being a perv, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, Jesus, this man is in everything.
Enter the Dragon is a fantastic name.
What's your film community where you're at? Because if they're playing Enter the Dragon anywhere,
well, the guy, they did, yeah, they took it all around the world last year, and showed it in a bunch of places. But the guy who made it owns our theater.
Wow.
I was asking Neil earlier, have you seen Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter from back in the day? From like early 2000s?
I don't think so.
He made that too. The same guy made that. So now he's got Enter the Dragon. It's hilarious. It's so
the posters are great.
It's as funny as the title. Like, it's really funny.
This Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter. If I haven't seen it, it's on Tubi.
On Tubi, yeah. It is on Tubi, and it's. I mean, around here it's legendary, but it's pretty funny. He's always wearing the shirt if we see him at the theater.
Tubi's so just full of weird independent stuff, and old stuff, classic stuff. It's just such a great website.
It's so good. And every now and then, like I'm always amazed when I see like big stuff, you know, like right. mainstream stuff almost mixed in with like the weirdest shit. And I love that. I love that it has a bit of everything. Like Tubi's the one streaming channel where I could put it on first thing in the morning and just let it play all fucking day and not touch it, because it'll just do weird shit that I like one after the other, man. It's got me figured out. The Tubi algorithm knows Matt Skinner. Like it's got me pegged, man.
That's how I got to see Rabid Grannies. And that movie's awesome. If you haven't seen Rabid Grannies.
Like rabies.
Yes.
Oh my god, I have to see that. Oh my god. Are they really grannies, or are they like 40-year-old milfs?
They're grannies.
Oh, they really? Amazing. Then I really have to see it. Wow. How have I not seen that, or even seen anybody talking about it?
I mean,
wow.
It's amazing how much stuff was made, because you'll see these lists and they'll talk about classic horror and like Basket Case people love, and it's obscure.
Yeah.
Not obscure in our community. Like the world doesn't necessarily understand Basket Case, but then there's so many other things that I think people just like Rabid Grannies. There's just these things that somehow were made and lost out there.
Charlie, remember the name Rabid Grannies.
Rabid Grannies.
I'm a pothead, man. Marijuana affects the memory.
Oh, okay.
Just like they say in Half Baked, marijuana affects the memory. That's me, man. I can remember. I can watch a movie a week later and like, holy shit, I don't remember any of this. This is fantastic.
I will not sign up for name. Is very excited about Rabid Grannies.
Rabid Grannies is awesome. It was awesome. I have to watch it again now that I said it. What?
Do you know who directed it?
I do.
Like, did you recognize anybody in it at all, or
no?
Is it older?
Yes, it is from 1988.
Oh wow!
From Emmanuel Curvin.
That makes it even crazier that I haven't seen it. If it's 1988, I assumed it was
the same thing. Whenever there's a weird horror movie or something, and I hadn't seen it, and it's from the 80s, it's always really weird to me. You would think like you either seen it or heard of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like crazy that for people that are so into horror and stuff that is considered obscure, and that there are still movies out there. Fully developed movies that had casts and people, and it's like somehow they just went off the radar, but it's wonderful.
I'm gonna make a bet, and I'm not gonna put any high stakes because I did just get a tattoo after making a stupid fucking not thinking before but I'm gonna make a gentleman's bet that Maddie has seen that fucking movie. That's my bet. I'm gonna ask her afterwards, because she's seen every weird thing. Every time I see something new that's weird, she's like, "Oh yeah, that's really good." I have it on DVD.
Will she be an honest responder, or will you have to say, how can you be sure that she won't fib?
Oh, she wouldn't lie about it.
No, God. There's nobody I trust more on earth than Maddie. God. She wouldn't lie.
Rabid Grant, that's the only movie he ever directed.
Really?
And then his only credits is he directed Rabid Grannies, and he was in Kickboxer 2.
Oh wow,
that's a really weird weird
is he
career.
Still around? Maybe we can have him on the show.
I don't know. We have to try to find Emmanuel Curvin.
How does this movie only have 4.8 out of 10, which actually isn't that bad on IMDb?
No,
that's true.
Yeah.
And anything indie is going to be less than 5.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're close to 5, you're an amazing movie. Because the only time an indie movie is above 5 is if like 10 people that acted in it are the only ones who rated it.
There's always supreme haters that show up for indie movies on IMDb. It's like they're waiting.
Those are assholes that like mainstream movies and they don't like indie movies, but they insist on rating them. They hate watching them. They hate watch them just to bitch about them.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. Like you can't review and rate an indie movie on the same level as you would fucking Die Hard, you know? Like it's just, it's not right. That draws. So what I do, which I was just going to say, because you're talking about ratings, every time I watch an indie horror movie, I rate it on IMDb 9 out of 10. Every fucking one. Because I know the work that goes into it, and I know they don't get enough love, and I know they're getting screwed on ratings. So I rated like 400 movies on IMDb 9 out of 10.
Nice. That happens so often when I'll post trailers people will send, for independent films, that I'll put them up on YouTube, and I'll get, a lot of replies that they like or whatever. But then there'll always be people be like, oh, well, this looks so cheap, or this like, and it's like, well, no kidding. It's like this, small independent film. What do you expect it to look like? It's like,
I mean,
this
if you
doesn't
don't
look
like
like an
the,
MCU movie. It's like,
if you don't like the genre, don't watch it, man.
yeah, why would you
There's
even?
so
Right,
much other stuff out there. So, luckily, I'm lucky Charlie has the same taste in movies and music as me.
yeah, because there's lots of stuff I'm not interested in. I just don't follow it. I don't know why. Like, I'm the same way in the wrestling community. There's like these people who really hate AEW and stuff, and they'll just like live their lives around them. Like, why do you even follow it if you hate it so much? Just like go and do something else. Like,
doesn't make any sense to me.
Or people that have hated wrestling since the 80s, and I'm like, that's like 40 years. Like, if you
Since
watch
the
it for
80s
40
or since the 90s?
like,
That 80s was like the prime time for our generation.
yeah, I mean, they've hated it since then. Like but they still watch it, and I was like, if you've hated something for 40 or 50 years, you probably, go do something else.
Let it go.
Kind of a mental issue at that point.
It's so, yeah, like that's like horror movies. There's people that are like, oh, they haven't made a good horror movie since the 80s, like fuck off. They make 20 good horror movies a year or more. Like, we see so many good, and not just indie horror movies, even mainstream ones.
Yeah, I think the last couple of years has been really good.
Yeah, they have, man. So, like, when I've done my list at the end of the year, there's been so much stuff to choose from.
Because there's even a lot of weirder stuff getting released, theatrically.
Oh, yeah.
More
no question.
Well, Neil was asking about, he was mentioning how the things that get released are, they're increasingly weird or dark or gory, and it's crazy.
Absolutely.
The Terrifier being in mainstream theaters is just Terrifier 2. Like, that movie was very intense.
I've only watched it once because it's like 8 fucking hours long. But
it is. It's like 2.5 hours, which
it's definitely not 60 and 75 minutes.
Don't make 2.5 hour indie movies, for the love of Christ. Who do you think you are? That's every indie horror movie maker. Cap that shit at 90 minutes or 75 if you're under like a $25,000 budget. But I watch them all. Right. Don't get me wrong. And half the time I like it, and I'll binge like, a 24-hour fucking show in 24 hours, but a 24 episode show. I mean, it's different though for some reason. I don't know why it is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
arc, because of the way the arc is designed to like rise and fall in the show.
Yes,
so kind of like doing this instead of waiting for like this to happen.
Not only that, if it's a 2.5 hour movie, it's got shit in there it doesn't need. That's an editing problem. That's a fucking
And I like Terrifier 2, but and I'm not trying to knock the movie because I actually really like it and stuff. But
I think I did too, but I can't remember because I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, when you have so much where you keep up in like the kills and stuff, when it's that long, after a while, not that you get desensitized to it, but it's just like, okay, well, I've seen like multiple, insane kills. Like, after a while, they don't really affect you as much.
Okay, this is gonna get me canceled, but that's how I felt about John Wick 4. I liked it, but it was literally the same thing for 2 hours.
I agree. I went to see. I agree.
Yeah, it was just the same. I mean, I liked it. It looked great, and it was well done, but it was just the same thing over and over.
And that scene where they were fighting on the steps, where he kept rolling down the steps, I was like, "Come on!"
Oh God, man! I was like, "Just get up those fucking steps! Like, come on!" Good Lord,
that felt like 2 hours right there. I was just like, "Okay, we get it."
That felt like fucking Skinamarink in one scene. Christ, get up the stairs. But great movie, don't cancel me because I said something bad about it.
Right. Yeah.
No, we talk about that when we review stuff. It's like we have opinions about things. We might think something totally sucks, but other people can enjoy it.
Yeah.
Feel free to enjoy what you enjoy.
I love Keanu Reeves, he's like the third rail or fourth rail, whatever the expression is. You can't say anything bad about Keanu Reeves. I love Keanu Reeves. I swear to God, man. He didn't write the fucking movie.
or edit it or anything. But I will say about when Annabelle's talking about Terrifier 2 playing mainstream, it was a fun experience to watch it in the AMC and see people like get up and leave and stuff, because it's just like, this is like a really like
it's a really big popular
people got up and
in the
left.
middle of Boston. Yeah.
The only time I've seen that ever was Strays, and it was an older couple who probably thought it was like a cute talking dog movie.
Yeah.
And when the dogs were fucking everything, they got up and left. And they never came back.
Maybe people in Canada are just more polite than the people in New England, because it's Skinamarink. People walked out. We walked out of one movie once. What was it? Pacific Rim?
Probably, which is probably what most people love.
I know, but
Charlie's gonna fight you now.
I don't know. Was that the time? No, Superman was the one where the kid was jumping all over you, and then I got up and like got in everybody's face.
My problem with Pacific Rim was every action scene is at night in the fucking rain, so you can't see anything.
Yeah.
Like, make that shit bright so I can see the giant things fight, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
It's like that.
That's what you want to see. That's the whole point of the movie. So.
Yeah, exactly. So brighten that shit up.
Mm-hmm. Dave has a really I like Dave's comment over here about people that don't like new horror movies or think there's nothing out there. People
that say there are no good horror movies now are the people that go to see Scream 9 and never dig any deeper. Yeah, I agree, because I see people all the time like, all they make is remakes and reboots. I'm like, no, they don't. That's just all you go to see, maybe.
Yeah, that's another take that drives me crazy, because every single week something comes out in the theater that isn't superhero, isn't a remake, isn't a reboot. But those guys aren't going. They're not going to see. Or, you know what? Those are just things that are said so often that people just repeat it mindlessly. That's all it is. And every time there's a thread like that on Facebook, there's 30 people agreeing in the comments. You know? Yeah. And then I go and post my rant, not on that thread, because I don't fucking want to spend all day on Facebook arguing with people. I just put my status up there saying this is a dumb fucking take. You know? Actually, the last time I saw it, which was recently, I did the Batman slapping Robin meme, and Batman's like, "That's a garbage take," slapping him.
I mean, I go basically every week to see 2 or 3 movies, and there's, like you said, there's whatever you're into. I like all kinds of movies, not just horror movies, but there's always something else playing.
Always,
and I don't even. I actually like some of the Marvel movies and stuff, but I'm not big on like Fast and the Furious or something. So I just don't go see those. I don't, lose my mind about it.
I mean, imagine the year that Oppenheimer and Barbie were the number 1 and 2 movies. People are going on about how all they make are fucking sequels. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Those 2 movies combined made like $2.5 billion.
Yeah,
like together, Oy vey. Yeah, no, it's the so air fryer shark. Oh, can I talk about Waspzilla real quick?
Yes, Waspzilla.
Yeah. Waspzilla. So I had a few lines in it, which was fun, and I voiced a pilot who gets killed. And then in the end credits, me and Charlie made videos and sent them in, and the wasp kills us. So I got killed twice in the same movie. Yeah,
double kill.
And Morgan used to be Thompson. Now it's Milam. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I hope so. I keep meaning to ask her how to pronounce it because I've been talking about her on podcasts all week. She plays her own twin in it.
Earlier, when you were talking about kills and getting more cast, I was going to say, just have one person pretend to be twins, and then you got an extra cast member.
Morgan was a twin, and James Thomason, who's a great director and makes so much fun stuff. He's got a ton of stuff on Tubi. James Thomason, Tubi. He pulled it off, and Morgan was great. And the first time I saw that technology was when I was a kid, and they did it in "Oh God, You Devil" with George Burns.
Oh,
and it blew our minds, man. It blew our minds. Like, holy shit, he's in a scene with himself. Oh my God, he's the devil and he's God. Wow, wow. And now, like, you can do that on a $3,000 budget or whatever.
Yeah. Might be able to do even cheaper, just like
Oh yeah, I just think that's
but it is crazy.
James, he goes by Brad. James, what he does is A lot of it's like early Asylum stuff with the cheesy CGI, except the micro budget version, you know? So the CGI is like super cheesy, but it's also awesome. Terrifying T-Rex, the dinosaurs going around, and the noise is like every step, you know? It's so fantastic. And that used to be my favorite of his, but now I think it's Wasilla, because Wasilla looked really good. The CGI in that actually looked really good. I love that. I thought that was a really fun movie. It's out on DVD now. You can order it. And yeah, check that out. It's great. I think it's really fun. I hope it gets on Tubi, because he's got like 4 or 5 movies on Tubi. So I really hope, because I want everybody to see it, you know?
Yeah.
And it's hard when it's just on DVD. So
Yeah.
I really hope that it ends up on Tubi eventually.
Our reviewer Todd Yeager, he's kind of anti-streaming. He's definitely likes to own everything on physical media, so he's happy that Air Fryer Slaughter will have a DVD.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, of course. And actually, Matthew Mark Hunter goes around to conventions on it, like selling them on his own all the time.
Yeah,
and he
He's
swears.
got him like in his coat, and he opens it up.
Yeah.
in the
He's
alley.
actually, yes. Like sometimes he doesn't get a table. He just sells it out of that like a flasher, like the watch guy in New York, you know? So there was a scene in Enter the Dragon that was in the trailer, and it looks like a guy is flashing a woman. And then when you see the actual movie, he's selling shit inside his jacket. He wasn't flashing her at all. So funny you mentioned that.
I don't think I'll not laugh every time you say that the title, Enter the Dragon.
Yeah, I know, it's great. It's such a great title, and it's accurate.
Yeah.
they call it the first kung fu dragsploitation movie, I think it was. And there is kung fu. There's all kinds of shit in that movie. Why did it have to be boobies? That's the big line. There's a woman that's attacking one of the drag guys with her boobs, and they're poison boobs. And he's like, why did it have to be boobies? It's so funny. It's so stupid. Oh, and the nunchucks have dildos on them. They're called cock chucks. And Lee brought them to the screening and was doing the nunchuck thing, and one of the cocks flew off into the 4th row, and he had to go retrieve it. He's looking for the cock with a flashlight. It was really
Was
funny.
it like a battle? Was the person trying to keep it?
No one else grabbed it. Who knows where that's been? Jesus. But yeah, where would that go?
So, you mentioned not having a tattoo for 20 years, and you got the new tattoo. Everything's different. Did that bring back, like, maybe I'd want to get more? Or are you good with no more?
I was shocked at how much fun I had. I came home and I was like, that was so much fun. You know, I was talking to my mom today. She's like, don't get any more. She still fucking hates them. She doesn't even like my mom tattoo, for Christ's sakes.
Oh,
no, hates them all.
Like,
every
Mom,
single one.
look, see, it's not that bad.
And then I'm the same way. Like the tattoo artist mentioned, Charlie, you gonna get me? I said, fuck no. God made him perfect. He doesn't need any tattoos. Why would you mess with that? There's nothing wrong with him. But yeah, that's just parenthood, I guess.
Yeah.
And actually, because Tom Green recently said the same thing to him. Oh, are you gonna get tattoos? That's what everyone says to him. No, he's not gonna get any fucking tattoos.
Wow.
He's gonna rebel and do the opposite of his dad, like every good teenager does.
All right, no.
So what happened with you said you like totally got away from tattoos. Like, it almost sounds like you became somewhat wishing you didn't have tattoos.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think like my whole 20s were spent sitting in a tattoo chair, you know, like, and then in my 30s, I was just like, nah, I don't feel like sitting in a tattoo chair anymore. Like, I didn't regret the ones I had. I just didn't want to move, you know, and plus, like, I used to be in shops all the time, and I worked the counter in shops, but then after Charlie was born, I didn't. You know? So it was different. It was just, I go in spurts, you know, my interests. You've seen it on Facebook, maybe. I know Neil probably has, with Barbie and stuff. Like, I go all in on something, and then I lose interest. Like, we were like,
I can see if you do get tattoos, you would get a ton of tattoos, because
I'm just that guy. So
Yeah.
we went to see
Because
Barbie
if you
14 times in the
if you
theater.
like are all over the place all over the time, I'd think you'd either be really, really conservative and be afraid to get tattoos, or just screw it and get
And
as
go.
it comes up.
I
Yeah.
mean, I got my first one when I was 17. I probably stopped when I was 30.
Mhm.
So it was a long run. It was a good run.
What's your top tattoos that you have aside from your new one, your classics, not the Renaissance tattoo? It's
So
gonna open your world.
my favorite one is an octopus on my shoulder.
Is
It's
it
got like
like
cool texture and stuff. And
is it like a sweet? What style is it?
I don't know.
It's
I got it
well,
done by
you got
the.
it like a while ago, so it's not like they had all these different. Now they've got all these different kinds of styles they didn't have back then.
Yeah. This was just like the guy who did it just put this really nice texture into it that it looks really neat. But
Mm.
yeah, that would be my favorite one. I think you can kind of see it in some of my Facebook pictures because in the like 2000 2001 I was in a bunch of tattoo magazines, and I just found out recently my mom had some of them, so
Really?
I scanned some pictures with my phone and put them on Facebook, and you can see a bunch of my tattoos. Actually, Matthew Mark Hunter used a picture. Oh my god, I'm looking at it right now. Holy shit. So when right now the promo art for the movie, it's my wallpaper, which is also on my TV, my computer wallpaper. I'm looking at my TV right now.
Yeah.
I'm standing sideways with a tank top on, and you can see like almost the entire octopus. That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see.
You know why I never noticed? Because fucking Jessica Flux is standing there barely clothed right in front of me. So why the hell would I notice what I'm wearing or what you can see of me? Oh my god, am I in that picture? I didn't even realize.
I'm trying to find the photo. Probably easiest to go to the air fryer group, huh?
Where would it be?
Whoa.
It says starring, and it's got Lloyd Kaufman, and
Cool.
can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. And if you could see it close up, it's got this weird texture to it. Like it was really neat the way he did it. He did like
It
all
looks
these
like there's
little.
like ocean stuff going across it.
Yes, I think it's like bubbles, and then
Yeah.
the texture in it is like little teeny tiny circles throughout the whole thing, like light ones, and then some were darkened, and then the color was put over top. It took forever, but it looked awesome, and I was really happy with it. And it was out of town. I was living in Toronto, and this guy was in Peterborough, so I had to bus there multiple times and stay overnight. And it was a pain in the ass, but I love that tattoo. So, and it's a cover up. It's covering up my very first tattoo.
Oh, I need to cover up of my very first tattoo. What was your very first tattoo that you needed to cover up? If you can share.
It's so fucking
They're always
stupid.
cover-ups are always embarrassing.
Like I was 17 and I was
them.
I was an asshole idiot 17-year-old with no fucking clue. Which 17-year-old isn't? And I got it like it's like a 2 or 3 inch like little dragon, of course. Fucking
Oh,
it was so stupid. And it was like tiny. It was like, oh my god, like all this
like totally
around it.
to the rest of your body.
Lord.
Like, I
Yeah.
had 2 friends, and they were really, really like super tall, very broad dudes, and they the same. They like worked at some like carnival one summer, and they came back. One of them had like just dumb shit. There was like some little tribal thing and some like little fire dude. Like, jeez, dude. It looked like something that you would like lick and stick on and then take off later.
Actually, that's pretty good description of what mine was like, actually, now that you mention it. So now it's an octopus.
It's a very cool octopus.
And the way he covered it was it's like ink spraying out like from a squid kind of, but it's all colorful, like when you see gas in like oil or gas in water and it looks like that. So
that's cool.
It's
all iridescent.
Yeah, it's a neat cover up. So that guy was a fucking magician. Like, I mean, I lived in Toronto and there were so many tattoo artists, and everyone's like, "You got to see this guy in Peterborough." I can't remember his name now. It's Lanny something. I got such a bad memory. Marijuana affects the memory. It does. It does. Half Baked was right.
The movie was very funny.
I love that movie. Abba Zaba, you're my only friend. I say, doctor says I need a backiotomy every fucking day because I do need one. Like I pull that line out of my ass so many times. Drink every time Matt says, doctor says I need a backiotomy.
I take a drink
Face by
every time
noon.
over here. Someone over here wrote, take a drink every time, Matt Skinner. I don't know who this person is, but they know you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was in reference to, but yeah.
Which one of you is it?
Yeah, I
Trying to
think some of
find
these
it on it.
people don't know that they're just we see Facebook users. Sometimes that happens on Facebook.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. You have to give them permission somehow. I'm not sure how you do it, but
yeah.
I'll find them here in a second. But
Neil
people
does
go to
not
the
have a
Indiegogo
tattoo.
campaign and
Oh,
look
I
up
was just gonna
air
talk about
fryer
you getting
slaughter.
Mayor McCheese.
What's that?
What?
Neil does not have a tattoo, and for years he's floated the idea of getting Mayor McCheese as
Mayor
his tattoo.
McCheese. Yeah,
That would be
I'm a big fan.
amazing. That's a great
Right?
tattoo. That's a great tattoo.
Yeah.
Everyone in the tattoo shop was like, "Why are you getting a killer air fryer?" You know, like there's just some tattoos are just fun. Like,
But yeah, Mayor McCheese. I always thought the character's amazing, and it's just kind of creepy. It's a guy with a giant, burger head, and I just love Mayor McCheese.
so you don't have any tattoos?
No tattoos.
Maddie doesn't either. And I'm like, fuck, if you really like sharks, you'd have a fucking shark tattoo. You don't really like sharks, you know?
Yeah, Meg, and yeah.
Like, come on. If you really like sharks, you'd have that shit all over you. and you'd be like a big San Jose fan. You'd be NHL, San Jose, wearing the jersey all the time.
Mm-hmm.
She's like a half-ass shark fan. I gotta convince her to watch this now. And then we can fight.
Yeah.
After she gets you for Sharknado.
Maybe you guys need to get like buddy day tattoos where can you go together?
No, we're in different countries.
Can you go together the same day in different countries?
I doubt she'll ever get a tattoo, but if she ever does, I will absolutely do it. I'll say that right now. And I mean it when I say I'll get tattooed because I just did it last night. If Maddie ever gets a shark tattoo, I get the same fucking tattoo. I don't care how stupid it is. It could be like anything. If she wants to get Brutus tattooed on her, I'll get Brutus tattooed on me, but not on my ass. Because no one will ever see it.
You want to be able to share it.
Yeah, man. You want people to be like, what's that? That's Brutus. Fuck. You don't know who Brutus is? He's on IMDb. Look him up. And he is. He has an IMDb page now.
Really?
Yeah, because he's in our movie. And I'm like, Maddie, you never fucking made him an IMDb page? Like, you made it for the fucking dog and spirit animal, but you didn't make it for Brutus, your best friend? Give me a fucking break. Like, come on. So she made him one. And he's got like 3 credits.
This is Keith Monahan.
Oh, it's Keith in?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. He's going to rat me out to Maddie for sure. He knows her really well. Keith's awesome. Keith and Tim Gross and Tom Gross, man. That Pittsburgh crew, I love those guys.
Yeah, Gross Fest.
Yints guys. That's how they talk. Yints guys. Nat. I don't know if you pronounce it that way. N''AT. I'm learning the lingo. I'm learning the Pittsburgh lingo.
I've never been to it, but Maddie always talks about Gross Fest, which is their like independent weird horror film
Gross
festival.
Fest.
Gross Fest. Yeah.
If I was going
there.
If we had passports and money, that would be the first convention I went to in the States. That would be it. Gross Fest for sure. Jessa Flux is going to be there this year, actually, and I'd go just for that, really. But I think Maddie goes to that one. I think I mean Matthew. I know Maddie does. I meant Matthew Mark Hunter. I think MMH goes to that one too. I'm pretty sure. So that's a big one. Like if I went to that one, I would meet like 50 people from Facebook that I've always wanted to meet. That's the convention for me.
Yeah. And I see some plugs here for Air Fryer Slaughter on Gross Fest on their page. So that's good to see.
Nice.
That's me.
Yeah.
Doing that.
In case
you just pretend you're like, yeah, that's amazing. I'm so excited that the audience is already building.
Oh, it
they're
is.
in
Though.
demand.
It is
Yeah,
already building. Like our special thanks credits went up today on our IMDb page, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like every one of my Facebook friends has donated to this damn thing. Like, holy cow! I haven't seen love like that like since never really. My mom, my mom.
What about
It
Charlie?
looks like.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I think you're right, Jessa. Jessa Flux for her movie Cannibal Hookers will be there.
yes. Yeah. Oh, have you guys seen Death Court Service, the Sean Donahue movie?
No.
No.
Death Escort instead of Escort, because everyone always talks
Oh.
about it on Facebook, but it's not streaming anywhere. So I finally bit the bullet and ordered it, and it came today. I haven't watched it yet, but
Death Sport.
I'm dying to see it. Yeah, Death Escort.
Death
It's hard
Sport
to.
Service, 2015.
And I've never seen it.
Horror crime.
It came today. Actually, I haven't even posted that on Facebook yet. Because when I fart, I post it on Facebook. Like everything goes on Facebook. Like, oh, I sneeze.
These
I gotta
are
put that on Facebook.
These are Brutus bathtub shark soaps.
Soap, yeah, I know. I love it. He was on IMDb for like 3 days, and he got fucking merch, his own merch. That soap came out like 3 days after he hit IMDb. Oh, you guys are good looking. I have progressive lenses, and I can't see shit. You guys, you're a good looking pair. Holy cow! Now I can't see.
Ooh, us? Oh man.
But I did. I lifted it up for Brutus. Did you notice that?
We got to see Brutus. Yeah,
that soap is amazing. And she sells a non-bloody version of it that's just called like shark.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah,
that's very cute. Yeah. Arlene Nyland is her name. Who did the soap?
What's her name?
Arlene Nyland.
Nice. Yeah, she did a great job. She does amazing work.
You're super cute.
But like, you'd never want to use it, like, oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
it's hard to see. I put up a bunch of stuff for Valentine's Day, but this is actually a giant candle of Barlow. But like, I would never want to light it or anything. It's a giant bust of
exactly. Of course. That's like my mom got a candle when her mother died, my grandmother, and it's like, what a stupid fucking thing to get, because you're never, ever, ever going to burn that thing,
Like,
right.
Like, if it smells good, you can at least smell it.
Yeah, you can smell it.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's something.
He adds, I believe this is to you, Matt. He says you need some for your stink gas, the soap.
That's definitely for me. Yeah. How did you know? You're in America. It's not that bad.
It's like when the smoke came down to Canada.
Yeah, the smoke. Yeah, we got it from fucking Quebec. All we get from Quebec is shitty drivers and bad smoke. We're right on the border with Quebec, and like they don't have turn signals in Quebec. I don't think so. But they all work here because we're right on the border. So they all work in Ottawa and drive like a bunch of assholes. So that's my Quebec rant. I taught Charlie never ever stereotype or discriminate, and also every fucking driver from Quebec is an idiot. I guarantee nobody from Quebec will see this because they're French.
Parlez-vous français? Oh, oui, oui.
Anyway, that's enough about the stank ass, Keith.
Air fryer slaughter. I'm very excited to see this, and I'm so happy people are into it, and you're so into it. Everyone's into it.
I'm a little bit into it.
And everyone's showing their support. That's very exciting.
Yes.
It'd be sad if you showed up and you were like, yeah. It's happening. Yeah.
Neil, I gotta tell you,
good salesman for it. Yeah.
I've been sticking to my diet.
Oh,
and I've been under my calories every single day for like 2.5 weeks, ever since I started it. I've never gone over my calorie count. I put every fucking calorie into this phone. Like, I curse this goddamn app, and Charlie laughs because I get so mad at it because I'm like, I'm a slave to it. Like, I posted today on Facebook, My Fitness Pal is the boss of me because I have to report to it like every time I put anything in my mouth.
Yeah.
So but it's working, you know. I feel better, I think, already. Or like the nice thing
That's
about
the
the
main
app
thing
is
that you will feel better. Yeah.
yeah, and the nice thing about the app is even if you're not shedding pounds right away, you feel like you're accomplishing something. You know, you know what you're putting into your mouth. This is the first time in my life I've really known what I'm eating or paid any attention to it.
Wow.
And now it's like if it wasn't, thank God for this movie, because we launched the Indiegogo campaign the same day I started my diet. Otherwise, I would be obsessing all day about what I'm not eating. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mhm.
Like that would be driving me crazy. But I don't give a shit now because I'm so busy.
Very good. Yeah. You
That's
know, it's
good
good to
advice
have.
for anybody who's gonna like do any kind of life change, I guess. Have
Yeah,
something to keep you occupied,
yeah,
because you'll be
exactly,
occupied in here if you don't.
exactly. So it's perfect timing. Perfect timing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stepping
And
towards a healthier you.
Well, man, I saw what Neil accomplished, and I was like, holy shit! Like that just shows it can be done. You know, that's so motivating. Like when I saw those old pictures the first time, I was like, holy fuck! Like I got to lose some fucking weight.
Yeah.
well, it's because I actually just became friends with you in the last like couple years. So you know, you weren't someone that I've known, you know, for 10 or 12 years.
Yeah, I
So
didn't know you when you were that size. Yeah,
yeah.
so
Mhm.
Even when my mom sees old pictures, she's just like, "Oh, I don't remember you being that big," and it is kind of
yeah.
weird to see them.
How long has it been since you were that size?
Um,
It was when you were doing you were
about 4 or
really
5
losing a
years
lot of,
ago,
yeah, because
Mm.
I think you were really had taken off a lot and you were working on
2019.
Once in Future Smash. Yeah.
Man, congratulations on the weight. Like that's amazing, and I think it's really inspirational. And congratulations on the campaign on Once and Future Smash. That was
Thank you.
fantastic.
I really appreciate
Fantastic.
that. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I love that you're always very you're always backing everyone's stuff, you know, either, you know, sharing it out or promoting
I
it.
think
And
it's
I
a
like that.
wonderful community. I think it's a great community. I think they put out quality product all the time. Like it's fun and there's
Mhm.
good stuff. There's always good stuff. And yeah, I just want to help everybody, man. Everybody's so nice and um welcoming. I don't know. Like when I joined in, we went to a horror convention for the first time ever and met Felissa Rose and met Dave Sheridan, and
Mhm.
that's what got us into the scene. And uh so I came in and everyone else was established in it, you know, like they knew what was going on and I didn't have a clue and everyone didn't give a shit. They were so nice and they were so welcoming and I love it. I love it. I love being part of movies. I love promoting movies and I love watching the movies especially, you know. And I review them. I don't just rate them like
Yeah.
if my friends make a movie then I'm going to review it, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
eventually I'm going to put up a review on IMDb, user review, and it's going to be super flattering, and I'm only going to point out the good stuff. You know, I'll crucify a Hollywood movie, but I would never ever do that to any
I
indie
agree
movie
100%.
except
Yeah.
for fucking Skinamarink. Christ, if Skinamarink can be a movie, you can be anything. Good God, man! $15,000, nothing happens. Brad Thomason could make a more entertaining movie for $500 that you'd want to watch like 10 times. And fucking Skinamarink, nothing happens, and they spend 15 grand. Fuck. That's like Meg 2. If you spend Meg 2 money and you make Meg 2, you're an asshole. You're a bit of an asshole, you know?
Poor
Jamie's like,
Jamie. Oh,
she's
Jamie's
here
taking
too.
it. She's
She says,
taking it.
"Well, hey," but she
Jamie
takes it.
pops out.
Yeah,
Well, first thing she wrote was
she's
what?
yeah,
We're like, oh dang.
but she's
But
having
she's got
fun
a
with it.
sense of humor about
Yeah.
it. Jamie, you're a
Good.
good woman. You
Okay,
are.
I gotta say, Charlie said the other day we should watch it again.
I said that to
Yeah,
Jamie.
Yeah, Charlie said that the other day.
Yep.
He's like we should watch it again. And sometimes when you watch it again, you appreciate it more.
I
Yeah.
agree. I actually,
Or less.
the Green Knight, the first time I watched it, I thought it was so boring, and like, and then I watched it again, and because my brother really liked it, and I was like, oh, this is actually is a really good movie. So
With me, it's like it's almost the mood I'm in when I watch it. Depends on if it's what I'm looking for at that moment in time,
Mhm.
kind of thing. So
Yep.
I think
Who
that
I'm
affects it.
with, what's going on. Yeah.
yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen more each time. Huh?
Because I have to say, there's sometimes Neil and I will go into a movie and I'll see it and I'll be so into it and think it's amazing, and then afterwards I'm like, I don't really know if it was actually as good as I thought it was. I was just like I was just happy at the time. When I walk away,
man, we're like that with so many movies. Like we walk out of the theater and we're like, that was really good, and then we watch it at home and we're like, man, it's all right. It's okay. But in the theater, it's great, and you got the audience with you and laughing and stuff.
That really adds to the experience.
So
the first
Skinamarink, Jamie already knows. Like, I was not a fan, because when she first was on the scene, it was like Neil was saying earlier, like she just popped up in the chat, was like, "What do you think about Skinamarink?" And I kind of trashed it. So then she came on the show. She's wonderful.
I'm exaggerating for comedy effect, obviously.
You know, same.
Yeah. Except about Meg too. Because that's a Hollywood movie. I don't have to hold my punches, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, David Gordon Green can kiss my ass, because he made Halloween with barely any fucking Michael, even though it was the end of the fucking trilogy. And then he made The Exorcist without a fucking exorcist, which I joked about beforehand.
Yeah.
He actually did it. But I didn't hate it. Don't get me wrong, I didn't hate that movie, but
I thought didn't either. But
that was one of the movies I walked out and I think I gave a more glowing review than I probably.
Well, I think that one, because we went in, everyone's saying it was like the worst, like literally the worst movie ever made or whatever. And so I'm watching, I'm like thinking this must get really terrible at some point. And then I was like, that's fine. You know, it was great. No, but it's definitely not the worst movie ever made. Right?
I look back and I'm like, there are things and I'm like,
when people fan a movie like that and lower expectations to that point, then frequently when you see it, it's like, this is not nearly as bad as I was expecting. Like if anybody watched Skinamarink after I did, they'd be like, this isn't that bad. Because what the fuck is Skinner talking about? And I will say, for your friend who was in it, Scott Ward loves that fucking movie. It's like his favorite fucking movie of last year. And another guy, who was the other one? Scott Ward and Steve Merlo, the guy who made Texas Chainsaw film. Steve loved it. Steve thinks it's brilliant.
Yeah, so one of our reviewers, Diablo Joe, loved it too. He had it like, I think, #2 movie of the year. So.
Yeah.
People that like that movie love it. So I mean, hold your head up high, whoever was involved. Because Scott Ward and Steve Merlo and that one reviewer of yours, 3 people like that movie.
Yeah. Oh, cool. She's in Steve's upcoming movie.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome, because I love Steve.
That's awesome.
Steve's great. He's Canadian, so you know.
Yes, a lot of Canadians around this. We have a lot of Canadians on this show.
Well, we got a horror rapper. That's going to rap about. Did I talk about this already?
Yeah.
You can talk about it again because it's awesome.
Yeah.
All I didn't mention was he's Canadian. That's what I didn't bring up. He's from Alberta, so he's like a white Canadian rapper, the stereotype rapper, basically.
But it's horror.
All horror. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's so good.
It's so clever.
He's on Spotify. Poltergeist OD, and I love it on Spotify. We listen to it when we're driving anywhere in the car, because that's mainly when we listen to Spotify. And he did a song, like I said, at the end of Carousel. It was great. So I am looking forward to that. But yeah, he's Canadian too. So there's Canadians everywhere. We're like cockroaches.
Oh.
In New England, we have a lot of French Canadians that come down usually during the summer.
I apologize for that.
Well, it used to be. It was all the people from. Where is it over there? Which one? Which part of Canada is it right next to us? Montreal.
Oh yeah, that's Quebec.
Yeah,
but Montreal is awesome. That's funny you should say that, because Montreal isn't like the rest of Quebec. They're like very cool. Montreal is a cool city, and the people that live in Montreal are cool, and the people that live outside Montreal are not. They're like the French version of rednecks, you know. Oh, listen, I did a voice for a movie recently, and I had to voice a redneck, and I had no fucking clue. So I went online and I went on YouTube. You know, how do you talk like a redneck? And I found Larry the Cable Guy teaching Larry King how to talk like a redneck. And it was great, and I did my part, and I think I did a great job, you know. So
the internet is very educational. Yeah,
man. Yeah. So I'm really excited. I think that was Crackoon, which I'm like crazy pumped
Oh,
for.
sweet.
That was one of my phases too that I went through. Was Crackoon. I was all hyped about Crackoon. And I think
So-
that's coming out in May, I think.
So
That's
Yeah,
September,
Really
yeah.
is.
He was great.
Yeah, we had him on the show in September. He played the music
Yeah.
throughout the month. It was great.
He's opening for D12 and OB Trice soon.
Oh, awesome. He's
Yeah.
a really fun
Where-
guy. We had him on the show. So it's a cool. And when you brought up community, that's something Annabelle and I bring up a lot. That's like it's obviously cool talking to everybody, but the community aspect of doing the podcast is like the big thing. You know,
Yes,
it's like
yeah,
everyone
yeah,
gets
yeah.
together, they have fun, and there's so
You
much
know?
negativity out there, but I like we like that, everyone's very accepting, and I agree. The first time I went to a convention, I didn't know what to actually even, I was like, man, I wonder what kind of people are gonna be at this horror movie convention. And there's all different kinds of people, but they're all accepting because we all have a common bond. We all love, weird horror movies.
When we went, yes, absolutely. And when we went to ours, next door in the same convention center, there was a Comic-Con. So talk about a mix of people and a mix of cosplay, like holy cow. And it was fantastic. Everyone had a fun time
Yeah.
together.
That's
Yep.
awesome. I can
That's great.
imagine people are probably going across.
Yes, yeah.
if they
I think
could.
there's a lot of overlap there. Actually.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I felt bad one time at a convention we were at in Charlotte. Someone had booked a wedding that same weekend. And so like it was just like these real normal people outside, like having a wedding, and, and like there's all these people walking around dressed as
The
horror
horror
movie.
game.
Yeah. And I was like, I
That's
think the
awesome.
hotel probably should have informed them, like, there's something else is going on here this weekend.
The background of all their pictures is like Jason and
Yeah.
You've got the Ghostbusters car outside.
I don't mean the
Yep.
official pictures, but like when people are snapping pictures all weekend. Oh my
Yeah.
God. That's excellent.
It's a wedding to remember.
Yeah,
Memorable.
exactly.
I love it though. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this has been great. Air fryer
Yeah.
slaughter. Looking
Thank
forward
you for
to it.
having me on, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
we'll do
really
this again.
appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. This is the longest podcast I've ever done in my life. If
Wow.
this was a movie, I'd be bitching about how long it went.
Oh, look at that. Well, it's been awesome. You're great. You're easy to talk with. You really know your stuff. You're clearly like a legitimate, true to your bone horror movie lover, an indie movie lover, and a nice guy. So
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
and a great
Yeah.
spokesman for Air Fryer Slaughter. I think gives
I'll
people
give a
pumped
plug
for it.
to Charlie. Charlie is a bigger horror fan than I am.
really,
Absolutely.
Well,
Like he only likes like two genres of movies, comedy and horror. That's it. Like he'll like an action movie in the theater, but then he'll never want to watch it again.
Mhm.
Whereas the horror movies, he just wants to watch the same ones over and over. So. But thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
And
Back
when,
whenever. Just let us know if you've got other projects in the future.
yeah, and when
I
Air Fryer
definitely want
Slaughter
to come
comes
back
out, we
when the
listen.
movie comes out. Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. Yes.
And watch Murder Size.
Murder Size. That's my priority movie of my assigned movies.
And I'm gonna watch Rabid Grannies, and I remember.
Yes.
I'm
I
gonna
gotta
I
do
might
that.
watch Rabid Grannies again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to seek out the director now. I'm very curious. This is
Cool.
one movie, and yeah, I want to talk.
I hope he didn't die in 1989. You know,
I know.
That's
Yeah.
why he
That
had
would
the
be so
one
sad.
According
Yeah.
to IMDb, still kicking. So
Good.
Cool.
yeah, we're gonna find him. Maybe we can get a Rabid Grannies too. Like maybe coming on will bring interest, and maybe he'll get back into the horror world. We'll find out.
Maybe,
We
yeah.
might be getting ahead of ourselves here, but
Mhm.
He'll be like Tommy Wiseau making his big shark 20 years later.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, guys. Good night.
All
and,
right.
thanks a lot.
We'll see
Absolutely.
you.
Hi to Charlie and Mom.
Hello, Charlie. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see here. I'll kick you. All right. He knew how to do it. He got out.
What a super nice guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah. I'm a big
It was
fan. Matt's
The
good.
first time I really talked to him was one night we screened Bathtub Shark Attack,
Yeah.
and then I did a live Q&A with Maddie, and that's
Yeah.
when he was there and very supportive, and then one day so it was right a couple days after that, people were I don't know what they were talking about, some horror movie, and they mentioned me in the thing. And he said, "Oh, well, this is awkward because Neal unfriended me." And I was like, "No, I didn't," because I thought I was kind of weird. I was like, "Man, I thought me and Matt were getting along really well, and he unfriended me." So I don't no idea what happened, but somehow we got one of us unfriended each other somehow. And anyway,
Because you're mean. Now you're just
we
trying to cover your tracks.
reconnected, and yeah, so I'm not sure what happened, but I always enjoy his post, and much like myself, I try to focus on. Now obviously sometimes we're gonna talk about stuff we don't like, and that can be fun, but at the most it is much more fun and productive, I think, to promote stuff that you like and not like fixate on, especially if you're fixating on stuff that you've hated forever. I don't know why you just keep following it for. It's very strange.
I don't know.
That's really more in my wrestling world. There are people, like I said, I don't understand why they even follow it, but follows. If you hate something for decades and keep following, I think that's just odd.
Do you hope they're watching this and learning lessons?
I mean, I tell that to them all the time. So
yeah, has it changed anything?
No.
Okay, so maybe that's something you should let go of, Neal Jones. This is a teaching moment when you talk about hatred for years and years.
Well, I mean, I have to deal with them because, I run a wrestling podcast, so
detach from their stupidity.
Yeah, it is very bad. Also, there's people that will try to talk other people out who like something. Like that's something I really don't like to do, is try to talk someone out of liking something they like.
Yeah, I think it is like I totally. He was really funny about it. And I get that because, and I know both of us have been the person that's like kind of like shitting on something. The thing is like, and it like sucks because you don't want to like take out the actual creators and participants behind it.
Right.
It's like when you don't see those people, it's like a victimless crime.
Yeah.
It's fun to make fun of things. It just is.
It is. It can be. But I agree with that, though. A lot of times the stuff we make fun of is like bigger budget stuff. And I do think maybe that's not the right way. But I think it's the right way to look at it.
Well, but I will stand by. You know what? I make fun of Rob Zombie stuff, but I will always support that he did try to do a change with Lords of Salem. And I think he went back to what he was doing before because his fan base didn't support him on that movie. And what's he going to do? If he wants to keep making stuff, then you got to have money to make it. And I think they really dropped him like a hot rock for that movie.
Later on,
who knows? We may never know how Rob Zombie could have developed.
Right.
If he had continued that vein of films.
Mm-hmm. I've been trying to so this is Witch Month. We don't have a witch guest tonight, but next week.
Is it this month?
Yeah, February.
Dang.
So yeah, it just started the winter.
Dang, I gotta watch some witch movies.
Yeah.
Shit.
Next week will be Rebecca Kennedy of Two Witches, which is streaming on Arrow.
Yes.
That will be very cool.
Would be very cool.
Working on some other guests. I'm not having a huge amount of luck here, honestly. I've heard back from a lot of people, but a lot of them were not, which is totally fine. They have different things going on. That I wasn't going to bring this up. I'm going to bring this up. So I saw someone today make this post where it was someone didn't want to do their podcast, and so like they kept badgering them, I guess, so then they blocked them, and so he made this
some like talent person didn't want to go on another person's podcast,
right.
And the podcaster was being a dick.
Right. They made a public post like trashing this person.
Was this not the person that brought us up, was it?
Yeah,
is it a different
same person.
Is it?
Yes.
It's the same person?
Well, it's the other. It's a friend of theirs who also was part of that original post. Yeah.
Do you not want to name them? Like you don't have to, but if they're
I don't want to post. I won't. I won't say right now.
All right.
So anyway, they were going on, and another actress was just said about, basically that like you shouldn't out someone for doing this. They're not. It's not their. They don't have to do your podcast.
Yeah, they're
And
not
I
getting
just like
paid.
I agreed. I said, as someone who's been doing this for 20 years, that people aren't obligated to be on your podcast. There's many reasons why someone can't. They might not have time. Might just not. Maybe they just don't even want to do it.
Mhm.
But for whatever reason, and I said my advice was to just let that go. Follow up at a later date. Maybe they'll have time, and
Mhm.
maybe they won't. And if they still don't want to do it, that's their prerogative. But
Yeah.
you can't expect. And so
Yeah.
they got mad and was saying, then the other guy that made the other post there, I'll say him, Greg Gilbert, because he called us out by name, saying that we were getting autographs or some
Yeah,
ridiculous
it was
thing.
just some BS. But I
Yeah,
felt honestly when I saw that, I felt quite honored to be so important as a podcast that this guy would name us in his rant.
right.
It was like, we've made it to the big, in my mind. You've already made it, but me, I'm like, I'm part of something now.
And so yeah, and he was in there, and
Inspiring quotes, then you know
he
you're
was
doing
like
it
the
right.
opposite of Matt Skinner here, because he was like saying like not to support these people unless they do an interview, and it's like that's not really why you should support them. Now, someone
Mhm.
is like actively rude to you and calls you names or something, that's different. But if someone just can't do your interview for whatever reason, they don't want to
Mhm.
do an interview, I don't know, who knows? You can't be like, well, they should not, no one should support them, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
uh
I mean, it's fine if you feel uncomfortable with it. Like I would totally understand that if I had a guest that I really wanted to have on and I reached out to them and had a good reputation, or whether or not I had a good reputation, and they didn't follow through, maybe I would not feel great about that.
right,
Okay.
sure,
And get it together. Like maybe it's a hobby, but you have to treat it like it's your job. You have to be professional about it.
right.
And if you're not,
That
guess
was
what?
his
That
reply,
word gets
was,
out.
"I am a pro," and I'm thinking,
He's
"You
not a
sure
pro.
not sounding like one?" But
No,
yeah,
that's not how
yeah.
professional people behave.
Mhm.
But
I
he
was
can, whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I was
Best of
trying to
luck to
give
him
normal
figuring his shit
advice,
out
so
and
yeah.
moving on and
And,
growing.
so anyway, anyone out there does podcasts, great, that's awesome, but you have to remember these are all regular people and stuff, and, you have some sense. If someone says no, that's fine, that's their prerogative. Ask somebody else. There's way We've been rejected by way more people that's actually probably been on the show. So do we sit here and talk about all the time? No. The only
Well,
two
I
of them do I
would.
ever bring up. One that actually was rude to me at a convention, and one because I found it very humorous the way they rejected.
I know both of them. They're both
Mhm.
good stories.
Mhm.
I have a question about the Witch Month.
Right.
Should we delay Witch Month?
Well, I mean, we already started it,
Yeah, but it's just one
but it
weekend.
is called the Winter of the Witches. So
Yeah.
when does winter actually end?
Winter doesn't end until March something.
Yeah, so we can do it up until the end of up until then. How's that sound?
Sure. Yeah, because it's the season, right? It's not
Yeah,
the
it's
month.
the
It's the
Winter of the
season.
Witch. Yeah.
Yeah, winter. Yeah. All right. And when does I think daylight savings has to change before that. Winter's winter and March 19th. So yeah, after St. Patrick's Day. That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, so we got plenty of time then. But yeah, next week we'll start that, and then the week after that we should have Helene Udy from Bly Bloody Valentine. That'll be the day after Valentine's Day. That'll be a
That's
really
cool.
fun
So yeah.
interview.
So there you go. We got to
And
expand this whole witch thing.
this is very cool. I'm not sure what this one we'll have to record because she's in England and stuff. But Judy Matheson from Twins of Evil, which
Yeah.
is a Hammer horror film with Peter Cushing.
That's
That's
amazing.
really awesome. She's gonna
Yeah.
do the show, so there's gonna be good stuff
That's
coming up.
awesome. That's
And as
very exciting. But we got some
spread the cheeks, not hate. Todd Yeager, you should have a panel with the witch faves like you did with the 2023-13. That is planned. It
Yeah,
is
we do wanna
planned.
do
Yeah, that
that.
is the idea.
It was an idea, but I don't know if it was really planned. I think
Yeah.
we should
Well,
just
Justin already has his list all prepared, so maybe Todd.
I don't.
Yeah, I know, but whenever we'll do it at the end of
Yeah,
March.
work on it, Todd. You're
Yeah.
you're very much
Yeah.
included. So we have Facebook user who always hated that when people disrespect horror movies and they're not even saying stuff that makes sense, they're just spreading hate to the movie. And I'd be surprised because I've been on people talking about horror movies and they just go on there just to troll the entire live chat. For instance, a lot of people made fun of jokes that weren't funny at all. Tom Atkins is awesome. He even said in his interview he doesn't give a shit about what those people think. Halloween 3.
That
Yeah,
quote is actually from our interview with Tom Atkins, which is kind of cool.
Which one?
The one when I'm wearing polka dots at
What's the quote?
because I asked him I was like, what do you think about, a lot of people didn't like Halloween 3 and now, they seem to embrace it, and he just looks and he's like, I don't give a shit what people think of Halloween 3.
Yeah. I'm sure he's been asked before and after.
But I mean, that actual quote is from our video interview. We'll work it out, Todd. That'll be fun to have Todd on live.
It would be really nice. And I totally get that, Todd, to having to add actually plan scheduling. Yeah. So yeah. We'll figure out a firm date and let you know in advance.
Yeah.
We got you, man.
Mm-hmm. Coming up on the later on tonight, we are going to have the writer and producer James Roberts and the lead star Shawn Roberts, which they're not related, of Here for Blood, which I have the trailer which we can play.
Nice.
Really fun, over the top 80s kind of style, all practical effects. It's about this professional wrestler who's going to babysit his girlfriend's daughter, and then he has to battle a demonic cult, and it's very, very fun. Very bloody, but it's very over the top Monty Python kind of esque blood. Nice. It's a very fun movie. I like it a lot, and that'll be coming out the 9th, so next week, February 9th, select theaters and on SCREAMBOX.
Cool.
It's
very good. Fun. So you have the trailer for that. Is there any trailer type thing for our air fryer slaughter? Do they have
they just have the Indiegogo page, and it's about 6 minutes long, but you can go and check that out on the Indiegogo page. You can check out their pitch for it.
Messiah of Evil. I do believe I have seen Messiah of Evil. That sounds so definitely I've seen it. But I don't use I don't smoke pot or ingest it in other ways, but I do have a terrible memory. It's just a natural terrible memory. Messiah of Evil.
The Messiah of Evil. I like the name.
Yeah. I feel like I just was watching this on Tubi. Maybe I might have even put it on last night when I was going to sleep. But now I'm not sure I have, because I see a little trailer playing. Oh my goodness. That looks awesome. Well, I will watch it. I have to make a list because there's so many things that came up tonight for me to see. You gotta see Rabbit Grannies. I loved it. I want to see it again. I remember loving it, but I with my memory being what it is, I don't remember what happened. But I know I loved it. I know I loved it so much that I wrote a post about it.
Our one of our favorite movies of last year, it was actually Diablo Joe's favorite movie, Where the Devil Roams, from the Addams Family. You can pre-order the Blu-ray.
That's cool. Look at that. What a great look.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah. Very nice.
It's got a bunch of extras on it. So get that. That's very cool. I'm a big fan of cool extras.
Yeah.
I can read the back here. Bonus material, Devil in the Detail, behind the scenes making of documentary, short film ever, transcription of the prologue poem. Oh, by our buddy there. It's very cool. Original trailer, theatrical trailer, and easy essay by writer Alexandra Heller Nicholas.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry. Very cool. I also saw when I posted about this, Adam Marcus, who made Jason Goes to Hell, which I am a huge fan of. He says one of his students, Sam Rod, is one of the leads in this film. That's very cool. I need to get Adam Marcus back on. He just made a came out for Christmas. Secret, is it called? I think it was Secret Santa. It's a new Christmas horror film.
Wow. There's a lot of Christmas horror.
Yeah. I'm Adam Marcus. He made like I said, he made Jason Goes to Hell.
Oh yeah.
He wrote Texas Chainsaw 3D. And
Mhm.
he is in the Once the Future Smash.
Yes, he is. And he's
really
very
cool guy.
funny.
Yeah, he's great.
Very, very funny man.
He was on the show many years ago, but not since we've went to video.
Wow. Should definitely have him on.
Yes. That was a movie that I said a million times, but when I rewatched it later in life, I'm a huge fan of Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah.
He also had he's been making a documentary about it for years now. So
really?
I'm really curious when that's coming out. Yeah. Frogman. I saw Root More. This looks wild.
Oh wait, Frogman. Is Frogman the one I'm talking about?
I think it's one you saw, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's an indie film. It's like about this kid who saw Frogman when he was a child. He was like with his family in a van. Yes, it's so good. Tell me more.
Creepy.
What's going on with this? It's so good.
The Croaks are no hoax.
Is that coming out? Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the thing. So they got the trailer coming to VHS and video on demand.
Where's it going to be? Does it say? Amazon,
see.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing it's somewhere that's like not too big. They're going to have people pay for it.
Frogman's got a collector's edition VHS that comes out February 9th next week.
Nice.
Followed by a VOD digital, and that's not going to be on VOD till March.
Maybe we can get Frogman people on. That
we'll
movie was so good.
It's shot
I will watch that again in a heartbeat because there's so much going on in it.
Shot mostly on high 8.
Mm-hmm.
Almost entirely practical effects.
Yeah, it's very imaginative. It's just great. I don't know what else to say because there's so many things that just tells too much. I don't want to give away any of the plot at all. This has a very Blair Witch start with more likable people. Because I don't think the Blair Witch people are very likable really at all. I rewatched that not long ago. She's totally not likable.
No.
And
I watched it again for the interview.
Yeah, and the other guys are all right. But I mean, they're under stress, they're under pressure, but these are like likable people.
So, new music of the month, David Rosen. We'll be playing that tonight. Very cool. Sent me a whole bunch of stuff.
Very good.
Sent me info about each song too, because a lot of his music are scores from films.
That's awesome. He like rescored films?
No, he scores from independent films, yeah.
Oh, he does. That's amazing. Cool. Yeah. I thought you meant he was like rescoring major movies because I think that's a really cool thing that people do is it's like you have this movie, it's got whatever the soundtrack, good, bad, or otherwise, and then just to see what you can do and how much the tone can change of the film. And because music, I mean, we talk about it regularly, how much music has an impact on the film itself and the viewing experience.
Our buddy Sam Haynes is going to be scoring Arbor Day, the Without Your Head film.
Nice.
Coming this year.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. How long is this estimated without? Why don't you share with the world since you brought it up? You brought it up.
Arbor Day.
Now you got to commit.
Yes. Beware the trees on Arbor Day.
And what is that supposed to mean for the audience?
So yeah, I have the script upstairs. I don't want to give too much away because it's gonna be short film, so. But it's much different than the original Arbor Day that I pitched years ago. Times are different now, so I don't know if that would. But yeah, so it'll be me and Troy. I do have something for Annabelle. She would like to be involved. I'll let her know off there. And it'll be fun. Maybe another character that I'm known for makes a small appearance. And
where are you getting all this equipment from, man?
I'm just using my camera.
Your regular camera?
Yeah, I have two. I have one that's probably will actually is. It's actually what is it, DSLR camera, which I never bring with me because it's got, but it actually probably takes better video, but I can't put as much video on it. So is it going to be perfect? No, but it'll be, will it be fun? Hopefully. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I don't have any high-tech camera.
No iPhone 15 or whatever they're on now.
No.
I really seriously was considering getting like a nice phone that had a good camera, but then I thought I would just buy a good camera and just keep having shitty phones, because if you have like a great, as someone that doesn't have
nice
money
to have
to
one
like
to
just
do
load
live
around,
streaming with.
I don't care. Like, this is fine. I think the quality of live stream for podcasts, it's like back in the day when we were at like Rock and Shock and people had these like massive amounts of equipment. It's like, dude,
do I want to walk around with that stuff? No.
But if I had a choice, like thinking about, would I get a good camera, a good phone, just so I could have a camera? But this thing is so busted and beaten that this is not practical for me. But I don't know. We'll see.
Is the guy you had on that directed The Jester up to any new projects? That was a little while ago, late last year, I think. The Jester. I don't know, because The Jester really just had a theatrical release. I don't know if it's streaming anywhere, so I don't know if he's doing anything currently. But hopefully, he's really pretty young guy, and if people don't know the story, they made The Jester on YouTube, the short film, and it got like millions of views. And they did 2 sequels, and then it got interest, and they made the feature film, and it got a theatrical release, and that's pretty wild. And he's like in his 20s, I think.
That's cool. Yeah. Very cool. Is there going to be like a possible longer version of Arbor Day if people jump?
Yeah, people are into it. Yeah, of course. I posted I made a poster of it, and I got a bunch of, and I feel bad. It's very nice if people started messaging me wanting to be cast in the movie, but it's not. It's not like a paying.
It's not that level.
Yeah,
we're not there yet.
Yeah. This is really now. Instead of getting lost and like I need all this great equipment, I think, like, why not just make something? See how, will it be fun? Will it be good? And maybe if it's good, people like it, then, look into more of making something, more. Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
It'll be fun either way. It's the spirit of Severed Limbs, which some people were offended that I'm going to play it at Severed Limbs. They're like, oh, it's a conflict of interest.
Why? You just won't win a prize.
Yeah, I said I played stuff that I've been in before, and it's just this, and I'm not eligible for the awards.
Yeah,
it's fine.
People don't have to watch it.
Yeah.
Will you play it at the beginning, middle, or end?
Do you think I don't know. I will give it a good spot on, but yeah, it'll be.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, well,
and no one pays anything to submit their films or anything. It's not taking a spot from someone else.
Yeah, you're not bumping someone for your own movie.
Right.
Yeah, those people get over it. It's probably like 2 people and like 5 bajillion people are.
Well, it wasn't 5 bajillion, but it was just a few people. And then other people agreed with him. But
how many people love this idea? How many people are so supportive? Like Nasty Neal, this is amazing.
Yeah, they don't even know. They just see a friggin' silhouette of a tree. I don't know what the hell is happening.
They believe in you.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I hope. I think it'll be fun anyway. All right. I'm trying to. Oh, here it is.
Mm,
Here's the poster if people want to see it.
no.
And then I take a year to pull it up. Here we go.
That's really cool, Neil.
Thank you. It's clean, simple,
Yep.
a little scary.
Yep.
I like it.
Mm-hmm. Is this going to actually take place in Sandwich, or will you have
Yeah. Well, I
an
don't know if I'll say it's
illusion that it's somewhere else?
Oh yeah, I don't know if I'll even say exactly where it is, but I actually have two locations where I live right next to State Forest, but I actually think trails where I go for walks. It's actually a really good area to film.
I know you probably won't say, but will the train car come into play?
No, but maybe if I do another one at some point.
Because that just sounds cool.
It is pretty cool. The abandoned
Yeah.
train car. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But not this time. Another
No.
time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I see people making stuff like it's inspiration like they're from MMHP. He's got like 200 short films, and he started at 17. So why not? Let's try to make something.
Mm-hmm. And there's loads of people that submit stuff to you all the time.
Yeah, and I always say, it doesn't matter what level it is. And then why not take my own advice or own advice?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I did get an email if he's watching out there, and I like this guy. I know he's got some issues out there, and he apologized. I'd love to have him back and part of Severed Limbs, but you've got to.
Can guess who this might be.
Yes.
Don't throw him under the bus.
No, I like him. I would like to keep a part of the part of everything.
Well,
so. So if you're listening, I don't hold a grudge. So yeah, it would be fun. It would be nice to have him back.
Hope he's doing good and feeling healthy.
Yeah.
Gary,
Dustin's eating some Gardettos. I don't know what that is. Gardettos? Are those like I don't know.
I think it's a chip.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm hungry. I really didn't eat. I have a partially eaten apple because I ran out of time to eat it. It's just looking at me. I
feel bad because Matt was saying about eating healthy stuff, and I had fish and chips today, but I'd barely ever eat fried
sliding,
food.
Neil. Sliding.
It was good. I don't really eat fried food ever, but it's good. The whale back down the street from me, $9 fish and chips. They've not raised their price in 20 years.
And this is the fish and chips that's like the length of my arm, right?
Yeah, it's very big, but it's the only thing I've eaten all day. So. It's good though.
Mm-hmm. Get an air fryer. It'll be a new life. Then you can cook multiple meals easily.
I mean, I cook this stuff all the time, but yeah, this would be great. I still, I do use like not a lot, but I use olive oil when I'm roasting vegetables and stuff. From understanding, you don't need to use. I think you do use like a drop of oil, but
you use like a little. It's very convenient if you have like olive oil spray and you just go. That's easy. Dustin is educating us about Gardettos or Jardettos. It would probably be Jardettos, right?
Oh, I know what they are. Yeah, crunchy breadsticks and double roast. I'm a big fan of the rye chip part.
I used to hate rye, but I've grown to embrace both rye and pumpernickel in my aging years. Yeah, Dave. Exactly. He understands the will of the people.
I agree. The rye chips. I saw you could even buy just bags of just all rye. I don't normally eat this kind. Not that I don't like it, but at festivals, sometimes I will buy a bag of something like that to keep in my room, so I have something to snack.
Mm-hmm. Festivals. What are we doing, Neil? We've got to have stuff to go to. What's happening?
February 25th.
Yeah.
In Worcester. Massachusetts.
Yes.
Dead of Winter Horror Festival.
Oh, tell me
By
more.
our friends at It Came from the 508.
James
Lemond.
It's awesome.
So,
Nice. Okay, cool. So
still
tell me, sell it to the world. You don't have to sell it to me. Sell it to the world. Tell us about this awesome.
Well, the Once in Future Smash and End Zone 2 trailers will be playing.
Nice.
Let me see if there's I know they listed recently. I'll have to try to find them. They listed things that were accepted. The Blood Witch.
Oh,
I believe that's a cosplayer will be there.
Who did Blood Witch? Sounds real familiar.
Trying to find here. I know that they posted all the films that were selected. But it's very cool. Worcester's a cool area. Used to be the home of Rock and Shock.
Yeah. That's kind of out of the way for James. So that's interesting that he chose that area.
Yeah. Well, I know he used to go to Rock and Shock.
Yeah.
I can't find the list of the movies because I remember seeing them all here. Well, let me read what it says here. It came from the 508 Productions, Magenta Manor Productions, and Manny J. Media present the first annual Dead of Winter Horror Festival. Dead of Winter aims to showcase the pinnacle in New England horror, be it films, art, vendors, or anything in between. Dead of Winter is the event to see some of the very best.
That's a really cool logo they've got of the snowflake with the snowflake in it. That's sweet. Cool.
I think I found the movies here. So yeah, February 25th at the Mechanics Hall in Worcester, Mass.
February 25th. I got to put it into my calendar. February 25th.
So we have Mrs. Holloway is one of the films, which it's really a cool short that played at one of the Severed Limbs.
Mm-hmm.
The Devil on Derby Street. Now this one I've never heard of or seen. Oh, I can share like the posters. Let me grab the posters here. Give me just 1 second. So let's see here. We got Mrs. Holloway. Her pies are to die for.
Yes. Sweet. Awesome.
The Devil on Derby Street.
Mm.
It's the last call you want to hear. That's a cool poster. The Evil Unleashed.
I have to blow it up here.
It's a little hard to.
Yeah. Ooh.
Get the heart coming out of the box.
Yeah.
Consumed, a film by Emily Tulloch.
What the hell is going on in that?
Oh, it's someone eating something. See, this is the mouth. This is something going
on. Oh.
It took me a second.
Yeah, but I was really creeped out by it when I didn't know what it was, too.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? It's kind of like a worm. Aha!
Happenstance, a film by our buddy George James Fraser.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, there he is. Interesting.
Jessica, a film by Jeremy Arruda.
Cool.
I want to talk to you about my sister.
Oh.
That's very creepy. Whoa.
What?
That must be all the ones that they announced. But look at that. Very cool logo.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try. Maybe we'll get James on to talk to us about this in the coming weeks here.
I think things are going pretty good for him and his audio drama stuff.
Yeah.
It's going pretty good. I'm very happy for him.
Also, the box cut in the One Last Kill, the Grindhouse cut. See, showing his own movies at his festival is fine. Dead of Winter poster, and wow, these are nice. Let me show you. Cool merchandise. I would definitely like to get this shirt. It's got the cool logo. Nice clean logo.
Oh. Very nice.
Cool poster. Stakes, a New England vampire story. Love the child, honor thy wife, fear thy neighbor. From the producers of Beneath the Red Umbrella and The Box. See, it came from the 508 film. Boom. All right. Well, this
something
looks
else
like
called Writer's Block, Priest Hunter, Pocket Money.
Priest Hunter. That's by
Rats.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, Skip Shea does Priest Hunter.
Special Treatment. There's all kinds of Step Right Up. It's Me Ma. Halloween Party. Cup of Tea. Killing with Kindness. One Last Kill. The Grindhouse Cut. The Box. The Director's Cut. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, this must be it's one day event, but a lot of stuff shown. So cup of tea. Halloween party. Why did that go small? That's also George James Frazier. So it must be all local filmmakers. It's Mima. One Last Cut, The Grindhouse Cut. Killing with Kindness. Priest Hunter, yes. Skip Shea film, who runs the Shauna Shea film.
I remember that. I think I might have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Beneath the Red Umbrella. Oh my Lord. Sorry, that was the name of his horror audio drama podcast.
Rats.
You know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Rats.
By Rick Chandler. Step Right Up. Special Treatment. Special Treatment. Oh, that's a Matt Fisher short. The Box Director's Cut. Writer's Block. That's a cool poster. Back to cup of tea. Yeah. So this is very cool.
Yeah. It's a Sunday. So I'm wondering what the hours are going to be for that. Very curious. Very, 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 very. Excuse moi. It starts at noon. Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be nice to see the people. It'll be nice to see. I don't think I know I've met James in like Rock and Shock, but I don't think we were friends. Not that we were anti-friends or anything like that, but I don't think we had really talked before then.
Noon
12
to 6.
Hey, sweet. Who is this person who's shown up? Facebook user?
This is James Lemon.
Nice.
Pepe says that the tattoo would make a cool logo. No, he says the logo would make a cool tattoo.
It's very cool. Hey, James, how's it going? I'm so happy for you. You got a lot of irons in the fire. It's really cool.
Yeah, sweet. I love the logo. New England horror, community event, everything there I like. I like that there's vendors, so this will be a good time. I'm gonna get a shirt.
Yes.
Great.
Awesome. Cool.
I dig it. I dig it. So now I have to finish Arbor Day 2 to for the next festival this next year.
Yes. Well, if Arbor Day
I'm gonna finish it as well, so then I can also submit it to other festivals.
Oh, 2. Like TOO. I'm like,
yeah.
That's very
I realized after I said
Neal.
Yeah. No, I realized after I said it sounded like
You've got big dreams.
Yeah.
For Arbor Day.
All right. So yeah, very cool. We were also invited to Buried Alive Film Festival. It's coming up in Atlanta, but that's not till the end of the year, November 7th through the 10th.
Oh, cool. When?
November 7th through the 10th.
Okay. Thought it was
That's a
my
long
birthday.
ways away, but James
Yeah, but
here.
it's good to plan.
Yeah. It's going to be epic, and I may know a certain feature film trailer that may be making its debut.
Interesting. That sounds like a hint I'm supposed to understand. Is it something I'm supposed to
I think it
understand?
may be his vampire film.
Whatever it is, I know you're going to curate some really good stuff, so I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a very good time, as it is. Perhaps. Okay.
So
Awesome.
we announced the winners of Severed Limbs Film Festival.
Who came out on top?
Let me. I can pull these up if you like.
Yeah.
Severed Limbs Film Festival 15 took place a couple weeks ago. Really good time. Always a good time. So let's see. The Alexander Hawk Award, which is most beloved character, went to Sully for Demon for Hire.
That was awesome. What a great short.
The Angus Scrim Award for the scariest short went to The Summoning.
The
Ben Chapman Award for best creature or monster went to Demon for Hire. It actually went to the granny. The granny,
wow.
the demonic granny. The Betsy
awesome.
Palmer
She
Award,
was
best
great.
female performance.
That monster was awesome.
Yeah. This was shared by both the leads of Monsters, Kathy Whipple and
cool.
Gatherer. Conrad Brooks Award for funniest shorter performance went to Down to Clown. The Dieter Laser Award for best male performance went to Ian Sen for the how do you say that?
Aesthete.
Which was
that
pretty
was really
amazing.
good. Yeah.
The George Costanza Award for favorite line went to Demon for Hire. I believe it was
What's the line?
succubus line.
You got to know the line.
Well, it's probably written here, but I have it. I don't have it.
Man.
It was too long to fit in there. But it was like with I believe with like a nose like that, I could smell.
Smell
a
like
fart.
smell like a demon fart from the other side of the
Right.
whatever dimension. It was very funny. I'm saying it very poorly. It was a very, very funny line.
The Gunnar Hansen Award for best villain went to the Stoneville Killer. Which is also
good.
another
Yep.
which
Really
Zombie Naran. You should look into some of these local things coming up. Herschel Gordon Lewis, best killer, goriest short, went to the Stoneville Killer. The Irwin Keys Award for Audience Choice favorite trailer went to Beyond Terror from Andre Van Pooderdorf. I'm sorry. Andre V.
How you've known this guy for like 20 years.
You're right.
Since he was a child.
Right. And I just always refer to him as Andre V. The Joel Reed Award, craziest, weirdest, and most bizarre short went to Arachne.
Yeah, that was cool.
The Joe Pilato Award for favorite scene went to it was the castration scene in Stoneville Killer. He looks very happy about that. The Marilyn Birds Award for best hero or heroine went to Monsters. The Paul Kellman Award for favorite trailer went to The Dead of Night.
Which one was Dead of Night?
That was actually it was the one by Jacob Grimm.
I don't think I was there yet.
Is really good.
I think I was late.
The Roddy Piper Award for best poster went to Arachne. The Sid Haig for best short of the festival went to Demon for Hire.
It was like phenomenal in all the ways. It was
And
great.
from what I understand, the director, he was in a bad accident, was in a coma. They did not think he had hardly any chance of waking up. And from what I understand, I think he's come out of the coma.
Oh wow, that's
Mhm.
now I need to know. That's pretty amazing. Wow.
The Tom Tolles Award for audience. This was the audience choice favorite short. Went to the Stoneville Killer.
Nice.
The Robin Hardy Award for best director went to Liz Cavalda for Monsters, and I believe that is all of them. Boom. Liz, very cool. Something I really should have done this one. I know I did it on previous ones. I'm going to try to do it for the next one, and whenever we do the Severed Limbs, is to do a like a roundtable show to get the directors on who would like to be on to talk about the film, either before or after. Either way would work.
Yeah.
Could even do it, record it, play it after. We'll figure it out.
I just
But
lost.
I'd like to get
there. You are.
So new Nicolas Cage horror film.
Really?
This looks really scary. It's also got Micah Monroe. Is that the Seth Heiss favorite?
Yeah, he loves her.
And it's made by Osgood Perkins, the son of Anthony Perkins.
Really? Interesting.
And the posters, there's like 4 posters that came out. Here's the one I posted on the group. I don't think it's like a ridiculous horror movie like that Nicolas Cage is normally in. Long Legs.
Let me see this. Long Legs. Whoa. That's very creepy.
Yes. So we've been contacted about possible interviews. So no promises, but it would be pretty amazing. We were asked who would we want to interview. I was like, everyone. I don't know, but so so we'll see. Hopefully it works out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. Perkins. I think he's made a few really cool things. Let me look him up. I know. Todd was really excited because Todd Yeager was like, he said he was a fan of all his movies.
Travis is being transferred to Craig rehab based on following commands and eye tracking. He doesn't always follow commands, but he did it for the people who count. Cool. Oh, that was a while ago. So he's doing better now?
Yeah, I was told in a message that there was a lot more hope than what they thought.
That's awesome. Wow. Wow.
Oh, he was actually in Nope. Osgood Perkins, but he directed, as an actor. But he directed Gretel and Hansel, that's a great movie.
You told me about that, and then I tried to find it, and I couldn't remember which one it was because it was
not Hansel and Gretel. It's Gretel and Hansel.
Yeah, there was like a period where there was a lot of them, and some of them were spelled a little different or whatever. Yeah. So it's which one?
Gretel and Hansel. One of the, I think, I don't want to spoil our witch thing, but I think it's one of the best witches.
Ooh, scary. Ooh, she's very scary.
And former guest Sophia Lillis is in it.
Alice, I know this woman. What was she in that I know?
Yeah, she's the Borg Queen.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't even thinking that. That's crazy. Huh.
She's a few different things.
Yeah.
I'm trying to actually get her on for Witch Month, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
She was in a recent horror movie. Oh, I didn't know this until recently when I was looking her up. She's the old woman in the new Texas Chainsaw too.
Yeah.
She was in a horror movie recently that people were really talking a lot about. I forget the name of it.
She's in Devil's Advocate? It's a great movie. Oh, wait. Is that the movie I'm thinking of? Different movie. I don't know this Devil's Advocate. but that's cool. All right.
Yeah. She's great in
Yeah.
Gretel and Hansel. I'd recommend it.
So we're getting her?
I don't know. I hope so. We'll see.
That would be amazing.
About
So that is a movie for me to see.
Yeah, Gretel and Hansel. I really liked it. I saw it at the theater. I think, not the first movie, but when I started going back to the theater after the pandemic, it was one that I saw kind of early on, which I was happy about. So a bunch of Argento stuff's coming to Shudder because they have a new, I think it's like a documentary about Dario Argento.
Oh, cool. That would be interesting. I really don't know much about the guy myself.
Yeah, we actually
It
got
was
the
really
screener.
nice when he really probably didn't even understand me.
Yeah, we met him at.
Well, I went over, Neil. You didn't meet him.
Well, I mean, I was there.
Yeah. In a distance.
I was in the lobby there, but we could I know a couple actresses from Suspiria that we could probably get on for.
That would
We'll
be
have to
great.
record them because the time differences. But
Yeah. Well, maybe it can be a weekend.
Figure it out on a Sunday or something.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff coming to Shudder. So we got Suspiria, which I think everyone's familiar with. Deep Red, which is another well-known one. Panico. This is the documentary. Then we also have Cat of Nine Tails. That's a Argento film. The Bird with the
Profondo Rossi. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Opera.
I don't know if they have that. Maybe they do.
Which one?
Profondo Rossi. I'm probably not pronouncing that right.
They don't actually. The Bird
Maybe
with the Crystal Plumage. Opera. Four Flies on Gray Velvet. That's actually one I'm not really familiar with. The Mother of Tears, which is a more recent one, 2007.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Inferno, yeah. And also Vortex, which is a Gaspar Noé film. So I'm not really sure why it's listed there. I'm sure he has something to do with it, though. But that's cool. Shudder's always having a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of great, Tubi, a free one. Shudder's not really very expensive for the amount of stuff you get. And Arrow has a ton of cool stuff. Arrow also even has a lot of special features on their streaming site, which I love.
Which is really cool. Yeah. And New Village Video has very unique stuff.
Yes. I asked Tara for some witch ideas, and she told me the movie The Witch. And I was expecting some whacked out thing from Tara.
She's a witch fan of The Witch. I like The Witch. I know you're not really into it.
No.
And that's okay. You do not have to be. I like it.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, like you said. Gotta get a bazillion emails here. Just see if there's anything I should bring up quick. But oh my God, so many emails here, which is good. It's good that we get a lot of emails to Without Your Head.
Did you see if anything else is going on in the horror world while you read your emails?
Well, I can't. I was seeing if they were relevant to the show. Maybe it was something we could bring up. But 28 Years Later is coming out. That's very exciting, I think.
Yeah. So
they skipped months.
I did not like the Months Later one.
Oh, it was months. Oh yes, it was 20. No, it went from 28 days to 28 months.
Weeks. That's right.
So there's no months. We're going right to years.
Yeah.
Which I think is, that's interesting because that's a long period of time to see, where everything has gone in the world.
Yes. Let's see. He is returning to the franchise. Will be involved. Cillian Murphy. I never remember if it was Cillian Murphy. I think it's Cillian Murphy. Will be involved in production of the third film in the 28 Days Later franchise. The movie is brought on Murphy as an executive producer. While his on-screen appearance has not been confirmed, he could potentially reprise his role as Jim. This is from Screen Rant by Brennan Klein. Cillian Murphy will be involved in the production 28 Years Later. The movie, which is currently in development, will be the third installment in the horror franchise. The original 2002 movie, 28 Days Later, followed a rage virus turning most of the population of the UK into violent, mindless creatures and starred Murphy as a bicycle messenger, Jim, who wakes up from a coma in a drastically different world. Jim did not appear in the 2007 sequel 28 weeks later because he saw it and it sucked, which followed a group of people attempting to repopulate the region after the disease was supposedly wiped out. Per The Hollywood Reporter, the upcoming 28 years later will see Murphy return to the fold. The project, which was picked up by Sony after a fierce bidding war, will see Murphy stepping into the role of executive producer, opposite returning director Danny Boyle and returning screenwriter Alex Garland. Although Murphy could potentially return as Jim, no on-screen appearance for the star has been officially confirmed at the time of writing. 20 distinct possibility. Jim lived to see the end of 28 Days Later, with the ending hinting at the imminent rescue of himself and his companions Selena and Hannah, after the infected humans have largely died of starvation. None of those characters were alluded to in 28 Weeks Later, so there's no canonical confirmation of their fate after that, implying that they could very well have survived, though the virus spread through the continental Europe in the sequel's ending likely complicated their chances. Ultimately, Jim's return depends on Murphy's willingness to commit to a more involved role in the project. This may not be a given, as he likely has a wealth of new projects to choose from following his Oscar nomination for his role in Christopher Nolan's 2023 smash hit Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
Even if
it's
he
not
is too
like he
busy
was
to-
heard for roles even before that. So.
Yeah. Even if he is too busy to star in the movie, however, his involvement as producer could place him on set for long enough to film a cameo appearance detailing Jim's fate. One point in favor of Jim's return is the fact that the star has shown a willingness to return to the post-apocalyptic horror genre, with his appearance opposite Emily Blunt in the 2021 sequel, A Quiet Place Part 2. However, even if Murphy doesn't return on screen in 28 years later, that doesn't necessarily preclude any other 28 Days Later characters from coming back. So far, the movie has reunited 3 of the major players in the original movie, so the presence of more would hardly be out of the question. I loved the original. The original was mind-blowing for me. It was so fucking scary. It was like, I think that was a really big shift in how zombies could be presented and are as a something that's spread from from some man-made virus, a zombie, which I don't know what's it, if you've got like zombies being created from like toxic rain, then what's the fucking difference? It's still science. But the idea like is a fast zombie, a real zombie, things like that.
Right.
I get the idea of, because people do die, right? From what I'm remembering, if you get infected, you do die and transform. I don't think you just shift. Do you just shift? I don't even recall. I'm trying to remember.
You do. I think you shift. I don't think you die and come back.
Oh, that's right. Because you start
because
like,
they're considered
weird.
infected, not not undead.
But I think that happens with zombies too. Because you'll see like
No,
these
they
people
die. They
that are
straight
like
up die.
sad and they're about to turn and then they end up getting killed. Like in
Yeah,
think
in a
even
zombie
Resident
film, they die and come back. In the 28 Days Later, they just are infected and become like maniacs or something. Not necessarily die. They don't die and come back. There's not like a supernatural element to 28 Days Later.
No.
Which I guess it doesn't have to be in a zombie film either. But the zombie film, they actually are, for the most part, like a Romero zombie film, they're dead. They're undead. They're dead and come back. Like in Dawn of the Dead.
What happened with the little girl in the basement?
He actually dies and then comes back.
Did the little girl die in the basement?
Yeah.
She did? She died?
Yeah. I mean, that's referenced. I think it's definitely shown more in like Dawn of the Dead, where the guy actually dies and then comes back.
Yeah, because I'm starting, I'm trying to think.
Even,
audience, help out, audience.
Night Living Dead. I mean, there's people that's like, coming out of caskets and stuff.
Yeah, like, but I mean, yes, but then the people that are turned, of course, Neil, come on now, of course, but the people that are turned in the movie. That's my thought. Not about the dead people that come back who are clearly, obviously dead,
right.
But new people. So maybe that's the thing, though, is that the people who are in 28 Days Later if you are dead, you don't come back. But in zombies,
Right, you can get
You know what
killed
I
in
mean?
28 days later. I think if you kill them, they're dead. I have to watch
But
it
if
again.
they are dead, then they won't. Like, they're not infected after they're dead.
No, I think they're infected living people.
Yeah. I don't know. My mind's starting to fall apart thinking about like when are they dead and when are they alive, because you've got people coming back from the dead in the original movies.
Yeah,
but
I
then,
think the Romero movies they'd have to die and come back, honestly. But the I'm
because don't
wearing
they just eat
I'm
all the
actually
people
wearing
that
Dawn of the
die?
Dead. I'm wearing Dawn of the Dead sweater actually.
I thought that like as I imagine zombies being turned, because zombies are usually pretty much whole, that the turned zombies have been attacked, but maybe not killed, and they turn, because it seems like every time they catch someone, they eat it. They eat the person. It's not like they bite it and move about their undead life.
Right. Well, so not all of them would turn, but the ones that like they get infected and I think it's established that they die and then they because in the Romero movies, like they watch them and then when they dead or even Walking Dead, then they have to kill them after they die. That was like the big thing of Dawn of the Dead with the like Flyboy and then the Flyboy and his big transformation. He dies.
Yeah.
And then he rises up, from the bed.
Yeah.
But
and my brain goes to Salem's Lot because they don't just turn, they do have to die and come back.
In The Walking Dead, I mean, I think it's, even if you like it, like there's no denying it's very much, I'd say copied, but it's very much like we're going to make an ongoing story in the Romero zombie world. But something I never really put together. But honestly, the whole beginning of The Walking Dead is Rick waking up from a coma and he's in this world. That's also just stolen right out 28 Days Later. So there's a lot of not original ideas in The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Like the sadness is closer to 20 Days Later.
But all of my not knowing aside, it was an awesome movie. Those things were fucking terrifying. If I was to sit here by myself alone and start thinking about it, I would get scared. I would. If I was in silence, I just started thinking about them and imagining them and the sounds they make and all that shit.
The kind of bigger, the kind of heavy set Irish guy in the movie, Brendan Gleeson is his name.
Yeah.
He plays Mr. Mercedes in the TV version of the Stephen King trilogy. Oh. He's really good in it. The first season of that's great. Maybe the rest of it's good if you never read the books, but I think the other two seasons are not very good.
I wonder if we could get anybody from the original 28 Days Later.
28 Days? We can find out.
That'd be awesome. I mean, maybe they'll be in demand now, but who knows? But that would be cool as hell.
Yeah. I would actually like to get he's a pretty big actor, but he was also in we brought up the movie because your mom really likes it. I like it too.
She likes a lot of movies.
he gets his fingers cut off. He cuts his own fingers off.
Oh, yeah. That one that takes place
Banshee.
in...
Is it Ban? Is it?
No,
it's
something
like that though. It's
yeah,
something Banshee, isn't it?
Something like that. I'll find out. I'll find out. But it's an amazing movie. Why does that come up?
Because that actor that I mentioned,
the guy that gets his hair cut off, his fingers cut off.
Yeah, he's the guy that I was talking about. That's in 28 Days Later, and then he's plays
That's
Mr.
right.
Mercedes.
Oh, I love.
Well, he doesn't play Mr. Mercedes, but he's
so much. Tragic. I love that character. He's such a nice guy.
Bloody Disgusting has 17 horror movie franchises that are coming back in 2024.
Get the hell out. Is it like a full list?
Yeah, so we have them. So
shit.
We've got
what are they?
The new Ghostbusters comes out in March. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire.
Okay, what's that all about?
The Firehouse freezes over, and director Gil Kennan's new installment in the classic franchise, which brings back the original Ghostbusters and the brand new characters from Ghostbusters Afterlife for a chilly sequel that returns the franchise to its most iconic location, New York City.
All right. Okay.
Godzilla X Kong.
I was just going to ask that Ghostbusters whatever is the one with the kids, right?
Right.
Or is it a
Yeah,
different
I
one?
was not a big fan.
I thought that one was fine.
It's
oh.
I can't say I was a big fan. Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire. Well, I've got to get out of here because it's Bloody Disgusting is locking up my computer. All right, I'm gonna send this link to my phone. Maybe I'll have better luck. Nothing against you. These websites that are friggin' just loaded with 8 gazillion ads.
You gotta have ad blockers, dude.
I do, but it's still like you got all these things on the site. It's just,
dude, you don't have enough things. I almost never see ads. Banshees of Inisherin.
I noticed. I won't. Maybe I should out the website, but there was a totally fake article on this ad I saw yesterday. It was on a major horror news site, and I was like, "What does this mean?" It was like the connection of horror movie, like horror lovers love casinos, and I clicked it, and it was just like a bullshit article, almost made with Chat GPT or something, talk about why people love horror movies. Then it's like, and that's why they love online casino. It was just this giant ad for online casinos, and I was like, this is a fake ad. That's just was probably a paid advertisement for online casinos that someone wrote, and it's like multiple paragraphs, just total bullshit to advertise online casinos, but presented as like an article about horror movies. I was like, this is just total shit.
Those are everywhere. Was it at the bottom?
It was an actual article posted on the website,
like as a main content.
Yeah, it was like the third thing when I went to the site, and I was like, "What's this about?" And it said written by blah blah blah, like someone who actually writes art. It was just total shit. God, even on my phone, there's all this shit on this website. Godzilla. I'm on it now. BloodyDisgusting.com. Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire, that also comes out in March. The 5th installment in Legendary's Monsterverse should get a nice box office boost from the ongoing success of Toho's Godzilla -1. This time around, it's like really stupid, I thought, from the ads. Like it shows like King Kong and Godzilla like running out of the center of the earth together.
Is it something that is even possible for you to put up? Do you want me to send you the pictures of this stuff?
Sure, you can send me pictures.
Very, very easily.
The site, even on my phone, I just like get all these things popping up, like trying to play stuff.
None of that.
I hit X, and they just continually pop up anyway.
I have not a one pop up. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So I wish I could screen share my stuff on the video. It would probably be.
I can make you but then you can't share the show out.
I will do it. Let's see. I'll get it all happening here, so the lovely people at home can see these fine images. You guys are so patient if you watch this. You're the patientest. This isn't even the right thing. Stop it.
Do it.
I've got too many things happening at once here. I've got so many windows.
This goes totally against what we were talking about with Skinner earlier. That, like, what are you talking about? All they make is sequels. Well, let's talk about 14 sequels coming out.
Well, it's not all they make.
It
just happens to be. All right. So, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. All right. Let me find you. Let me get this.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for it.
I'm doing it wrong. You all are so patient. You can tell we're not scripted, right? I mean, it's pretty clear. It's pretty apparent. Unscripted show.
Totally we script it so it seems completely unprofessional.
We script it so we seem super incompetent. All right, where are you? Okay, cool. So I don't know if anyone even cared to see the Ghostbusters one, but it is pretty cool looking. I'll give it that. This is pretty cool. I'm okay with it. Let's see. Ghostbusters Afterlife. And you said that is or is not the one that had kids in it?
Yeah, it's the one with the kids.
Okay.
The last one that they just
They
made.
did
So it's
build
gonna
up to it. That,
Yeah,
you know, because
so
they had Dan Aykroyd in it and all
Yeah,
such
it had-
things. I think they had
yeah,
Bill
and it
Murray
had-
in it
and
too.
it
They
had,
had
like,
everybody in it.
had like the ghost of the guy that died. or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. See, that looks pretty cool. I mean, it's not like a big telling picture, but I think it looks good of what it is. What do you think
I
about
mean,
that look?
I mean, it looks fine. I saw the trailer. I didn't think it looked particularly good, but I didn't like the last movie whatsoever. But well, I mean, I'll go see it.
I thought it was fine. I thought it was all right. I mean, who knows? Maybe in my review at the time, I totally hated it. And in my memory, I thought it was all right. So yeah, that's. I don't like those movies at all. Are they friends? Didn't they become friends at the end of the last one?
I mean, it looks like buddy guy. It's instead of a buddy cop movie, it's the buddy gaijin
Buddy
movie.
kaiju? Yeah.
Yeah, gaijin's actually what they call the foreign wrestlers. But yeah,
The what?
that's what they call American wrestlers in Japan. Gaijin.
Oh. But you're talking about kaiju monsters.
Yeah, kaiju. I just said the wrong term is all I'm saying. But from my understanding, gaijin's not a nice term. But so yeah, look at that. Looks stupid. Let's be honest. It looks freaking stupid. And the last one was great. Yeah. So this is the first Omen. Oh, so we got a different picture. Last time, remember, we had this was
the one with the
interesting.
numbers that seemed like it would make sense, but it didn't. Yeah, so the first Omen, it's been 18 years since the Omen franchise was last seen on the big screen, but that box office dry spell is broken this year with the first Omen. This one's a prequel to the original classic, presumably giving us a front row seat to the birth of evil incarnate.
Interesting.
Yeah. Is that going to be the birth of evil incarnate? Because, I mean, Damien exists because there was no evil incarnate, right? It's not the birth of Damien. Is it?
I mean, it does. What? I don't really get it because the Omen is the birth of the Antichrist.
Yeah. So I would think the first Omen would be like they tried it before and it didn't work out. Like the kid got killed or whatever.
Right. Or really, shouldn't it be like about Satan? But I don't know. But it's interesting. I'll be honest. I'm sure there are exceptions, but for the most part, in my opinion, when they do origin stories to like existing horror things, it's usually not good.
No,
most of them I think are pretty bad. But who knows? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like we've run out of stuff. Let's just let's show how it all started. What if it was a prequel and it's just about the guy before they even like get the kid? It's just like a drama.
It's just a genre
it's just a family drama about this married couple that doesn't have kids.
These aspiring young politician people.
Right. You're like, wow,
that'll be exciting. The Strangers Chapter 1, May 17th. The Man in the Mask, Dollface, and Pinup Girl are back in 2024 with the new release of The Strangers Chapter 1, the first installment in a new reboot trilogy from director Renny Harlin. This one is set at a secluded Airbnb, with the sequels possibly coming this year as well.
Man, lots of Airbnb horror movies popping up. Because, it's something people can relate to and get horrified by. So I guess it's a home invasion movie at an Airbnb. I guess that's a little different than some of the other Airbnb stuff. I'm not a huge fan of The Strangers. I know a lot of people love it.
Yeah,
It
I'm really not a home invasion movie
seems
person
very
at all.
peculiar to me to remake something that's not relatively very old, but I don't know. Who knows? I think like these, I don't know. It seems like these masks is in like everything. So
Yeah, it's very it's pretty dull.
yeah, like it was like if I had never seen a movie before with that mask, it's kind of neat. But like I've seen so many, it's not really new
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
What's this?
Which one? That
Quiet
one
Place
is
Day One.
yes, Quiet Place Day 1 comes out June 28th after 2 installments in the Quiet Place saga. This summer's A Quiet Place Day 1 will be the first spin-off tale set in the universe. In other words, it's not centered on the Abbott family, and it's expected to be a prequel tale seemingly set in New York City. Lupita Nyong'o leads the cast. Apologies if I pronounce that wrong.
I don't really get a prequel idea because the first movie's like, isn't the first movie when they come and attack the whole world? So I don't really understand that. Oh no, the first movie's is years after it all happened, I guess. But I thought the second movie is the prequel. The second one is a prequel. It's about how it happens.
We'll have a prequel.
I don't really understand this. I actually like A Quiet Place. I think it's really good. And it was a really interesting movie to watch with an audience because the silence, everyone's like super silent. Like you didn't even want to make noise, like eating popcorn or anything. And it was and then like when stuff happened, it really was, it was like, jump scare stuff. It was good though. So I don't know if it's the same experience watching it without an audience at home, but I remember watching with an audience. It was very, very effective movie. I like it. Second one, it's fine. I don't think it was good. It was good though. Boom. Untitled Alien Event movie.
Untitled Alien Event movie. August 16th. It's likely that the marketing campaign for director Fede Alvarez' Untitled Alien movie will be kicking off soon, and we all know at the moment, all we know at the moment is that it's set to return the franchise to its smaller scale 1979 roots. The Untitled movie is reportedly set between the first 2 films. All right, cool. I'm there for that.
Yeah, because there's a giant leap between Alien and Alien 2, or Aliens.
Yeah, that's a lot of uncovered territory that would be fascinating. I think that's great. Like, if you've got the development even of that, like you've got this entire place that was developed on the planet, and by the time they get there in Aliens 2, there's like a wall full of bodies that are being filled with like babies. It's like so super gross. Yeah, that would be awesome.
I forget the name of there's a YouTube channel that makes their own. It's just one guy and he makes his own. There's a lot of these, but it's a guy who makes his own documentaries, and he's done a series of alien ones about like specific things. Like I watched one the other night. It was all about is it Giger, and it was not even just about his involvement. It was about one specific thing, him creating the ship, and it was really interesting. And then to check out, because I guess he also has one about the creation of the alien itself and all this stuff. So I was like, it was really interesting because it was just about this one specific thing. And it was funny because the one problem that who's the guy who made Alien? I forget his name, but
Ridley Scott.
The one thing he had an issue with was the pod that like the face hugger popped out of originally. He's like, that's like too, like it was like too sexually, like
he kind of like does that.
And other people though, they're like, well, have you seen his creation of everything else in this movie?
This is basically what he does.
Yeah. So it was kind of cool, but it was really cool. It was, I guess they originally, and I don't know if it was O'Bannon, the guy who wrote it, but there was people involved that were against Giger's creation. Like they wanted it to be more like basically just basic.
Yeah.
But Ridley Scott why he picked him specifically is he wanted it to be completely alien.
Yeah.
and even to look like impractical, like it wouldn't be something that could even fly. Which I thought was it was really interesting.
It's very yeah, I mean that's some pretty genius stuff there to realize that if you get someone, I'm so curious how he found this guy's work anyways, Giger.
Yeah,
I don't know
he
how
found a book of his, and he even
Mhm.
specifically picked out some different things, like the alien. There was something else
Mhm.
I think it looked just like the alien, but a little bit different. But like, this is what I want you to do for the alien, and then he
Yeah,
picked out some different things to be in the ship that he liked.
that's pretty cool.
Mhm.
What we got here? What's next up on this list? Beetlejuice. I'm so scared. Beetlejuice 2, September 6th. Tim Burton is back. Michael Keaton is back. Winona Ryder is back. Jenny Ortega is Lydia's daughter in the long awaited sequel to Beetlejuice from Tim Burton that's likely to be a smash hit in the box office. Stay tuned for that first trailer coming soon. I want this to be good so bad, but I don't know how long it's been, like 20 years that I lost faith in Tim Burton. It's been a long time since I liked Tim Burton movies. I'm just waiting to see what's his fit Johnny Depp's name pop up somewhere in here. You know, I don't know.
I'm happy that it's not a prequel.
Sure. I mean, that could be interesting to see what Beetlejuice is like as a human being before he's dead.
Yeah, but I actually like the idea anyway of sequels decades after the first one with the original people, so like they can play them at that age. So I like this.
I agree.
mean, will it be good or not? Who knows? But I am interested. I will definitely say I'm interested.
Oh, I would absolutely see it. I just am going to I'm not gonna hold my breath. That's amazing. So that if it's pretty good, I hope I love it. But I don't want to have my heart broken by Tim again. He's broken it many, many times. Many, many things I was so pumped for him to make that I ended up hating.
By the way, Pepe Petit on Monarch, which is the Godzilla TV series, they explain how Godzilla got sucked into the center of the earth.
Oh, interesting.
New one starring Doug Bradley called Thorns coming out soon. Looks interesting.
Oh, interesting. I gotta look for that. I feel like maybe that came up. We'll look for an article on that. I wonder if he'll come back.
I mean, yeah, who knows? Have you
He's been here before?
My friend Kat Catatonic recently, well, I guess it was last year. She was at New York Horror Fest, and so she posted pictures of, because I guess it was a year ago, and they gave Doug Bradley the Lifetime Achievement Award, and he actually looked. I hate to say, he actually looked really happy, because I always feel like I can never gauge what he thinks or anything by the look of him. It's very stone.
He's very serious.
Yeah, he was like he looked genuinely happy, and the trophy was pretty amazing. I was like, oh, that's really cool.
That's really cool.
Have you seen the video of the owner of the Airbnb come out a secret room when she thinks no one is there?
What? That's fucking terrifying.
I know.
Hopefully
that's a fake video or something.
I mean, it could be real. There's people are fucking crazy, dude. There's some real weird shit that goes on in the world. Real weird.
I have faith in Michael Keaton, Tim Burton, not too
much. I love Michael Keaton. He's amazing.
He'll
deliver. It's not, and I don't think it's that the actors won't deliver amazing performances. Yeah. I'm just scared.
I was kind of sad that he, reprised the Batman for like that Flash movie, because it was that's cool, but like the movie is pretty rotten.
Yeah.
All right, next one here.
Thor 11 on the 27th of September. Last year saw X10, whatever.
Which I loved.
It's great. It's amazing. Brought Jigsaw and Amanda back and successfully revived the franchise, so it's no surprise that Saw 11's already in the works. We expect Jigsaw will return once more in the 11th movie, which could very well serve as a direct sequel to Saw X.
I hope so. I'm in. I was curious after the last one. I actually made me. It was the first time I saw a movie in a long time, made me like, you know what? I want to see more of these.
Yeah.
Now, can they follow it up? I don't know. Maybe they just kind of got, I don't know, say lucky, but like they just found like a cool thing to do. But I don't know. I'm interested.
Look at that.
I love
That
Smile.
picture is phenomenal.
That's from The First Smile, which I think is a fantastic movie. I
I'm
think
afraid.
we've had a couple people on the show who
Mhm.
trashed it, saying it was like the most like basic movie, and I couldn't disagree more. I honestly don't think they understood the movie. It's very there's a lot of creepy stuff in it. It gets progressively bizarre,
Yeah.
completely insane by the end. Really great
Mhm.
monster stuff. And it's
Yeah.
actually got some very interesting themes about PTSD and guilt. And I
Mhm.
think it's a great horror movie.
I can't watch that either. It's like Sharks. When I was a kid and I was a super isolated person and no one guided me about anything in reality, I would think about this shit like, what if I'd think I'd be brushing my teeth or whatever in the mirror and I'd be like, I wouldn't want to look at myself because I'd be afraid that I would smile in the mirror when I wasn't smiling. And that was with me
Yeah,
for I never
I say,
saw it happen,
yeah,
but I was fucking terrified it would happen. And I
say,
averted my eyes a lot from the mirror because of
it's a
that.
genuinely scary movie and really has a lot of great themes. I really like it. I think it's
Yeah.
great.
I can admire that it's probably someone had the same exact fucking shit as me. They probably had the same scary ideas and thinking about it. And I don't know if I don't want to reopen the door of me not looking at myself
Well,
in the
if we go
mirror.
see the sequel, you're gonna have to watch the first one.
No, maybe I'll just blur my eyes. I have this cool trick that I can blur my eyes when I want to, like at will, which I don't know if everybody can do that. Maybe they can. Maybe it's not a cool trick and it's some stupid thing I think is cool. So that if I'm seeing something that I don't want to see, I can blur my eyes.
Ah,
So I look like I'm
that's the
actually
trick you
watching
always
it.
do when we're doing dinner in a movie.
For some of the movies, not for our
I meant
experience
for
of life together. Dang, man.
So what does it say about the Smile sequel?
Oh, Smile. Sorry about that. Smile 2, October 18th. Parker Finn's box office hit Smile becomes a franchise with Smile 2 this Halloween, with Finn returning to write and direct, and Lucas Gage and Naomi Scott on board to star. Not much is known about the sequel at this time, but it's expected to go bigger than the first film. Mm-hmm.
I'm into it. I really like it.
Ugh.
Apparently Dave says he sent me something, but I'm not seeing it, Dave.
I guess it depends on where it got sent.
Yeah,
He wouldn't have sent it in Facebook.
Probably Instagram, but I don't see it. I'm not seeing it.
Terrifier 3, October 25th. A true modern horror icon. 100% that is real. There's no one can deny that. If anybody denies that, their fucking head is in the fucking dirt.
Yeah, for years we had, you could go way back with the Universal Monster guys, and then we have slasher. For years we had like basically the 4 slasher guys, you had like Leatherface, Jason, Michael Myers, and then like you added Scream, the Ghostface from Scream, and then really it was like just these guys, those same Freddy Krueger, and then you basically had those guys. And then I think maybe you could definitely throw Pinhead in there, and Candyman in the 90s. So you added some additional guys like in the 90s, and I kind of think Scream might be the last one. I mean, maybe someone wants to argue Captain Spaulding, but I'm not really sure about that.
But
probably, honestly, probably not. But I think you can't argue now. Art the Clown is one of those, which is good, and hopefully the guy from Thanksgiving becomes another one.
Yeah, I love that movie. It was so good. True modern horror icon Art the Clown is back in Terrifier 3 this Halloween. Though don't let the release date fool you. The new sequel is a Christmas movie. Lauren Lavera will return as badass final girl Sienna, and art will surely decorate the halls with chunks of bodies.
I'm in. I'm afraid. I mean, look, I'm in. I really like I prefer the first one. I know some people like the second one better. I still like the second one. I am worried about the idea of trying out. There is a limit, I think, of like
Yeah.
how much you can just keep outdoing. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. We'll
'Cause
we'll
then-
find out.
yeah.
That's a wrestling term from when I read the autobiography of Eric Bischoff, and he said you either have to be better than, less than, or different than, and it's something I always think about. So it's like after a point, like, can you outdo this? There's gonna be a point you really can't, or if you do, like, what are you making at that point? So maybe try to do something maybe a little different.
Hmm.
But then you always run there's a chance, well, it's gonna be the core audience will not want something different. So
Yeah. Like with Rob Zombie trying to change it up.
right. We have seen franchises do that though. Honestly, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Part 2, they went a completely different way. They make a comedy.
They definitely did.
And
people do love it.
The first 2 Rob Zombie movies, honestly, the House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects is a much more realistic film. The first one's very stylized, very not very realistic film. So you can do it. It can be done. What is this?
Wolfman, October 25th. Following in the wake of his bold new take on the Invisible Man, Lee Whannell, Whannell, returns to the Universal Monsters Arena with Wolfman, a fresh spin on the classic werewolf tale that's being led by Christopher Abbott and Julia Garner. With Whannell in charge, we're in good hands.
Interesting. Former guest on the show.
Yeah.
Very, very short interview, but it was cool he came on. I'm a huge Wolfman fan. Like to see more werewolf movies, especially ones that walk on 2 legs. So I'm down.
Do they really make 4-leg werewolf movies?
There are some. Yeah. I think the
like
ones in the True Blood were 4-legged. I thought they sucked.
Oh. I did not watch that.
I never finished it, and I'm a completionist, and I was like, this stinks.
Wow, that must have really sucked.
Yeah, it's not.
Would you still watch Walking Dead?
And I've never finished it either. I probably will finish it someday.
Yikes. We've got Nosferatu over here, December 25th. The genre's Christmas gift to all fans this year is Nosferatu, a new version of the original classic that's being directed by Robert Eggers. Bill Skarsgård stars as the iconic vampire Count Orlok, and the film is set in 19th century Germany. Expect a classic horror feast for the senses. That I'm looking forward to. That I have faith in. I'm
very excited about this.
I like Eggers. I know he has his haters, and that's fine. But,
I don't even like all his movies, but they're all unique, interesting. They look good. So I'm in.
I'm so there for it.
I love Nosferatu. It's my favorite version of the vampire. I like the more monsterish version of Nosferatu, Dracula. Yeah, I'm all about it. Yeah,
I have no desire to see this on so many levels. Maxine. Ty West and Mia Goth are back this year with A24's Maxine, a sequel to X and Pearl that will continue the twisted adventures of Goth's final girl character from X. The final film of the trilogy is we'll see what happens, is set in the 80s, once again giving this franchise a whole new twist. No good things.
Yeah, a lot of the details that came out about Mia Goth's activities on filming this, like kicking a guy in the head and then making fun of him and stuff, really puts me off.
I never liked her. That's not it.
Oh, that wasn't it. That was the last
No,
pick we have.
there's more. There's several more.
What? There's several more.
Yeah. Like at least 5 more. At least 4 more. At least 4 more.
Well, that's the
The
last
next
photo I
one
got.
I'm pretty excited about. Well, dude, you know how many screens I got open right now?
No, it's fine. I'm just
So
saying I
many.
didn't have one to post up. But yeah, this is my
Alright.
my candle is coming up here.
So you're what?
I don't know if you can even. I have my
I can't
Barlow
see. I've
candle.
got so many windows open right now trying to copy things.
Boom. Speaking of
Oh.
Nosferatu, again,
Yes.
this is
Maybe that's why I
my.
didn't send it. That's probably why I didn't send it, to surprise you.
I love it.
I
Barlow.
love.
Now I absolutely
movie.
love the TV, miniseries
Mm-hmm.
of what's the name of this movie?
Salem's Lot.
Salem's Lot. But then I read the book, and it's one of my favorite King books. And it is, while it's similar, obviously, it's the same basic story. Barlow is much different. So the idea of remaking it, or not even remaking it, but making a different version based on the original, source material, I like, because it's like, that one's great. You have that. Now we're going to do something different. And
I like
I'm
that too.
for it.
I'm cool with that. I will be happy to see it, because I totally get that, exactly what you're saying. So I'm not going to be like, oh, it's not like the one I love, and therefore I can't like it. It's a different thing. But that guy, it's amazing how these Nosferatu actors are so like Nosferatu, and then this guy, his name is Ray. He uses like super weird German dude, which is very similarly weird to the dude that plays Nosferatu.
Max Shrek.
Very weird. Ralph something. Wicked creepy. Very weird. So anyways, Salem's Lot, director Gary Dauberman's readaptation of the classic Stephen King horror novel, has been pushed off the release calendar completely, leaving us to wonder what the hell is going on with this one. But we hear it's expected this year, likely going straight to Max. Stay tuned. Yeah.
I would like to see it in the theater, but I'm happy that it would be released at all.
Yeah, I just want to see it.
Yeah.
I don't care. I just want to see it. I do care, of course. Yeah. It's one of my favorite horror movies. And the story.
Some of the creepiest imagery in horror movies for me, and part of it is, I was just young when I watched it, but not only Barlow, but I think I remember looking at my brother's old monster magazines and the kids at the window.
Oh my God, they're so scary.
Like legit creep me out.
And the dude in the chair. I don't know the last time you saw that movie, but there's like this nice guy who's the cemetery dude.
Yeah.
And he gets turned and he's like in the fucking rocking. Oh my God. Everything's, all of them are scary. They're scary as fuck.
Yeah, he passed away not too long ago.
Did he?
Yeah.
Friday the 13th ? Another project without a release date. Jason Voorhees and Mrs. Voorhees will finally return in Crystal Lake, a television series from A24, Peacock, and Hannibal creator Brian Fuller that might be coming this year. It's said to be a prequel tale for the Voorhees family. Those names combined, not Mrs. and Jason,
right?
But A24. I know I don't know every single solitary movie in the world. And the ones that I do know, I really quite enjoy. And Hannibal, I loved the first season. I enjoyed some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
I think he just let the fan base take too much control.
I agree. It's a weird, I will say I agree with what you're saying. That's like high caliber stuff. It's a weird mix with Friday the 13th. But again, what is saying, like doing something a little different instead of like, let's just keep making, Jason's killing kids in the woods or whatever. Let's try just a little something different. So I'm all on board.
I'm just wondering, like, if it's so he was a little boy when he died. He was a little like, messed up little boy. He had issues. He was special needs little boy. So I just wonder where's the story there. Like, obviously she becomes this crazy murdering woman.
Right.
So she's got problems, right? I get that her son died and she snapped, but that's pretty extreme. So I wonder what that is. Like, are they going to make him into,
if
is
you
he
watch,
gonna be like a bad guy before that?
if
Like,
you watch the first 4 movies,
yes.
If you watch the first movie by itself, he's dead and stuff. But the second 3, 4 one, he's clearly not dead. He grew up, because people will argue that he's like a ghost or something, but he's not an undead little boy. He's a grown man, and he's breathing. He has pain. He makes he makes a shrine to his dead mom. So I think you delve into that idea that she's a disturbed person, obviously, because she's killing folks and stuff. So it's like she knows he's not dead. He's living out in the woods, but she acts like he's dead. And there's something you could do there.
So I don't know. I mean,
She's
she
getting
acts like he's dead,
revenge
but
on
isn't that like a whole thing? Like the kid went missing and people thought he was dead. Like no one's in denial that he's dead.
Everyone thinks he's dead. He drowned in the lake. But he from 2 to 4 he clearly didn't, because he's a living person out in the woods killing people.
I mean, it's not like the most sensible series ever.
No, but so to try to make sense of this, let's you sit down and like, let's try to write something that makes sense here. And everyone thinks he's dead. She acts like he's dead, but at the same time he's really living out in the woods. I don't know.
I would just feel, I don't know how I feel about if they make him a child villain. Like, what kind of personality are they gonna give him?
He's not a killer of any kind until he sees his mom get killed. Then he gets his revenge. I mean, that's, from 2 on.
Why would he not want to just go be with his mom?
Because he doesn't have the mental facilities. He's not like,
she wouldn't search the woods. If she goes to like however many years it's been.
I'm saying, look, she's a disturbed individual too. So she's telling everyone he's dead. She even acts like he's dead because she's clearly disturbed. But he really is alive, living out in the woods somewhere.
Why wouldn't she not pretend he's dead? Why wouldn't she just think he's dead?
Well, she could do that too. Maybe he's just looking around, watching her out in the woods. I don't know. But there's something to be done there. Let's explain between 1 and 2, because it takes a leap of faith. 1, the kid died when he's a little kid, and the mom's getting revenge for that. 2, he was actually still alive, and he saw his mom get killed, and now he's killing everybody. Let's try to put that story together so it makes sense. So there's somehow either he was just alive and he's watching her.
But it sounds like they're not going to be doing that anyways, because they're going to do it from when he was a kid. So what are they going to explain?
Yeah, from when he quote unquote drowns in the lake. Or what else are you going to do? He's just a kid. He's killing people as a little kid.
Well, that's my point, is that I don't know what's going to happen if it's a prequel for the Voorhees family. That would be before he's dead, or before he drowns or disappears in the woods. It's a prequel.
Well, I think you have all of that as part of the story. So it's not like he immediately drowns. You have him as the little kid on the camp. The lifeguards aren't watching him when he drowns. And she, she's probably, I think she's got to be disturbed to begin with, but that, makes her snap. And then you go from there. I don't know what story they're going to write, but maybe they do kill him. Maybe he is a spirit of some kind, but I don't think that really works. I don't think it's really true to the first 4 movies. So I don't know. We'll find out. I'm interested what they do with it because A24, like you said, I don't really think it's going to be just a schlocky, straight, slasher story. So
And
I
I
don't know.
gotta point out though that watching Hannibal is really just so loosely based
Right.
on
Right.
the story. Is like it's
Yeah.
very, very, very different.
Right.
It's
Very
amazing, but it's
stylized.
very, very different.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. This will turn off some people, but instead of just, we've seen, a whole bunch of Friday the 13th movies. Why, do something different with the lore. I don't know. I'm interested. I know Stephen King actually had an idea, and for whatever reason, no one ran with it. But you think of Stephen King, like, hey, I have an idea to make it was a prequel too of Jason,
Well, maybe
and
this is it.
maybe it's inspired by that. I don't know.
Perhaps.
I'm interested though. I am interested. Might completely bomb. I don't know.
All right, Dave's got a theory over here. Oh, we've got some. Let's see, Friday the 13th TV series. Hey, now, that's a great show, and it's full of plot holes. I always think Pepe. I always think of that crazy homeless man that sees him occasionally.
Yeah, that
wandering
was
around.
that character, Crazy Ralph's inspired by Backwoods Bob Vinson too.
Oh my goodness. Maybe was highly unfunctioning, need to be cared for on a pretty serious level, but lost in the woods, just kind of survives on his own because he didn't know what to do or where to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's not a lot to go on, but I mean, by the way, she says stuff because she even stops like, they needed to watch him because he was, special the way and it's clearly like, he's
Special needs.
Yeah, right.
This is a little special needs boy,
Mm-hmm.
which is really sad. Poor little guy. Toxic Avenger ? One of the most bizarre horror movies of the year is likely to be director Mason Blair's new twist on trauma classic, The Toxic Avenger, with Peter Dinklage starring alongside Kevin Bacon and Elijah Wood. Wow. And don't worry, it's rated R for violence and extreme gore. Wow. Holy shit.
Todd loved it. Todd got to see a really early premiere of this because it's been a while now since he saw it. And I think he did a by the way, if you want, you can watch his full 13. It's a separate video. And I think he added a couple things, and one of them might have been about Toxic Avenger. Because it was one of his favorites of the year, but he wasn't sure if that considered a 2023 movie since it really will be released in 2024.
Elijah Wood's involved in some crazy fucking movie. I am there for it because
300%.
he puts out awesome stuff.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Great.
I'm into it.
That's great. I didn't know Kevin and Peter Bacon. Kevin Bacon was so he must want to be in it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think that that's a movie that you get called in and you'd have to be like, hell yes.
Who knows what kind of stuff that he's really into? Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. And this one is the last. Witchboard ?
Witchboard, wow.
The last horror franchise return on our radar this year so far is Witchboard, with the 1986 horror movie getting a remake from director Chuck Russell of Dream Warriors and The Blob. Madison Eisman stars, and you could check out a first look image above. I love the movie Witchboard. They had all kinds of like weird witch shit after that.
Mm-hmm.
Witchboard remake. I love the original. It's like such a right at the edge balance of cheese. Like it is, I feel like it is actually a good movie for what it is. I think there's like a decent enough story in there, because I think it's like, it would be really easy to just say this is a shitty, cheesy 80s movie, but I think there's good acting and it's a cool story. It's funny. It's sad. I think Witchboard is a wonderful movie.
I really know. I remember seeing it, but I should watch it again because I don't remember anything about it.
It's not like gonna win awards,
I
but
thought it was up
for
for the
what your
Academy Awards.
expectations would
Yeah.
be, I think it would be above anybody's expectations.
Right.
So maybe don't expect what I'm telling you, and it will meet your expectations. Now, I
Yeah.
love it. I remember seeing this pretty young, and it's just floated in my world ever since. Like, it's one of the movies one of my friends had, and we just watch a bajillion times. It's great.
All right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That was by John Squires. Oh, let me come back now. No, you're just not going to suddenly show me. And I'm like, you're fine. You're fine.
So Dave Deadman sent Thorns theatrical release scheduled revealed for Thorns with Doug Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
Sci-fi religious horror film will start scaring its way across the country next month. Following a festival tour including London's Fright Fest, in Spain's Sitges, writer-director Douglas Schultz Thorns will be exclusively released to theaters by Dark Planet Releasing. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just trying to get here to what's about. An ex-priest working for NASA is sent to investigate a remote observatory that went silent after receiving mysterious radio signal from deep space. Upon arrival, he discovers the signal has opened a portal, unleashing a thorned monster. The former priest must now summon his lost faith to stop the signal from jump-starting the end of the world. From used for practical effects to its fueled music score, Schultz says Thorns is meant to be an homage to 1980s era monsters movies like The Thing, Hellraiser, and Alien. For me, the best horror cinema steers away from the computer realm when pursuing all things visceral. Thorns is meant as a visceral experience. Cool. I do not see a Massachusetts listed here, unfortunately.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens.
A lot in Michigan for something. I don't know why. It's nothing against Michigan.
Up-and-coming place for movies, I guess.
Yeah, several places in
land.
Michigan. 2 in Kansas City, 1 in Missouri, and also in California. I'd be interested.
Missouri as well. This is strange.
Yeah, see, there's a weird.
Good for them though, because you know what? Those people deserve.
Yeah, like
why are they opportunity to see cool stuff.
Why do these other people get all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm glad for that.
Missourians. Missourians getting all the good stuff.
Is that what they're called?
I don't know.
Missourians.
Yeah. I will say Thorns definitely has some image, sort of, I would say, like not like,
can you show
not
us
straight up Cenobite. Yeah, I'm saving the pictures, but
okay,
it's almost like a religious like chatterer or something. I don't know. I mean, it's like chatterer with like a crown of thorns.
I like that idea. Ooh.
Let's grab it on here. I got the poster and the monster itself. See, it's pretty creepy.
Wait. Oh, ooh. His face is kind of like a butthole. Now I just can't see anything scary. It's just like a butthole. I feel bad. I'm not sure.
Well, a butthole of thorns wouldn't be pleasant.
Oh, God, that would be terrible. Oh, wait.
That's going to be the Without Your Head follow-up of Arbor Day, Butthole of Thorns.
Oh, I'm going to show you this other picture. It's gross. Butthole of Thorns. Hang on. Let me share this.
You didn't Google Butthole of Thorns, did you?
No.
I would not recommend to Google.
Now I kind of am curious, though. If I Google that, what am I going to
Google
find?
image butthole of thorns.
See how that affects my
and that's gonna be just.
advertising.
It brings me to. It says Dave Deadman for some reason.
All right, I just sent you another picture from this movie. It's real weird. Dee Wallace is in it.
Oh, cool! I'm a big fan. Of
Wait,
Dee
no,
Wallace.
she's not.
Well, I
Thorne's
like her.
director
I still
Douglas
like her.
Schultz has guided the likes of John Saxon, David Carradine, Richard Lynch, Dee Wallace, Sid Haig. As soon as it says Sid Haig, I'm like, I read this wrong. This is not. No. Do you see this picture? It's
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
gross.
Yeah, he's like ripping
and
his.
nasty.
What's he ripping
Does
off?
not help with the like. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Butthole of thorns.
Yeah, I
Damn,
don't know.
that is pretty. I'm into it. Although I'm not in Missouri, unfortunately. But I've never said that before. I'm not in Missouri, unfortunately.
Oh, this looks cool. Hang on here. We've got another picture from that movie that I'm gonna think might be. Maybe we'll see, Dave. Hang on a second. I'm gonna send Neil another picture here. Let's check it out over here. Because it's very creepy. It makes me think of my other favorites. What the fuck? The one in space with Sam Neill, and it's like demon spaceship.
Event Horizon.
Yes. Yes.
Pull this up.
I mean, that looks pretty gross.
Yeah, it does.
There's like there's a lot of pretty good pictures over here.
All
right,
I'm
so
all about it.
I would definitely see it, but I think I just had that image.
Yeah, I love Doug Bradley.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen? We're looking up butthole thorns.
Butthole of thorns.
Is this a real thing that we're gonna do right now?
I just
Dave, are you committed? Are you guys in the audience committed to this?
I'm doing it.
It's gonna happen. Like, just this might be the time you want to turn off the show. If you're not prepared for this,
without your head after hours,
do I have to do this?
also known as the butthole of thorns. So,
Ew.
But I get butthole tattoo advice. maybe that's a good placement for my Mayor McCheese.
I googled this, and I'm happy that I have some medical advice. Anal fissure causes symptoms and treatments. From August 2023, so it's pretty recent updates on how to deal with your anal fissures. Ooh.
Mine's showing a lot of cactuses, and it's like a dildo-shaped cactuses, which is probably a bad.
Oh God.
Nothing really awful's coming up, so I'm happy about that.
But now I'm thinking about someone putting a cactus in their asshole.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
Oh my God.
So if the flashlight people are listening, or the bad dragon folks, cactus.
Oh, there's something this person's calling a zebra butthole cactus. I'll send you this picture. Did you see this in any of your searchings?
Yeah.
It's like a legit plant. It's a cactus that I'll share it and you can show it with the world. It's very PG-13. I'll just call it PG-13 because it's suggestive. I don't know if that's a real rating.
Right.
Yeah, I right, Dave.
Yeah, what a ripoff.
It's
I did get a lot of these. There was like a lot of these. I wasn't sure what it is.
It finally happened. My zebra butthole cactus bloomed. That's the title for this picture.
I need to get one of these and put it on my bookshelf.
You know it'll bite you if you're not nice to it. Oh, it's cute. It's very little.
I need to get some more. I need to put up some more lights because this is all covered with St. Valentine's Day stuff. But it's not really seeable.
It's very. See, the thing is, when you have so much shit going on, eventually it looks like this. It's just so much your brain can't even look at it anymore.
Need some more lighting on it, I think.
I am finding other things that I find very funny with this search. Sharp pain in your pooper? Blame proctalgia fugax.
Doug Bradley, he's turned in. He's like, oh, these fine folks are talking about my film Thorns. And then like, butthole of thorns. He's like, what the fuck?
He'll tear your buns apart. This poor
I
guy.
knew I shouldn't have listened to Nicholas and Barbie about these two.
Here's my other Google search result. There's a lot of things with this, like red spot in people's butts, and they're holding themselves in pain. It's funny.
It sounds hilarious.
Pain in the butt, pain in the butt, pain in the butt.
Oh,
there's all these people clenching their asses.
Mm-hmm.
God help me if I ever have an experience where I feel I've got to caress my bum to try to look at that. These people like hold on.
It starts glowing red.
God, that's the one that's sharp pain in your pooper. Blame proctalgia fugax.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny. Time. There you are, casually minding the author is El Duderino. All right. Anyways, dude, there you are, casually minding your business when all of a sudden you feel a bolt of lightning shoot up your butt.
Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me.
In my butt. So folks, maybe this is a nice medical moment because there's people that experience this. Hopefully you're alone because the pain is strong enough to make you shriek, grimace, and grab onto your cheeks for dear life. Turns out this pain in the butt is a legit medical phenomenon. That sharp, severe, fleeting pain that you're feeling is called proctalgia fugax, explains Dr. Carlton Thomas, MD, in a viral he's from San Diego, viral TikTok video. Temporary muscle spasm in or around your butt. Common, harmless, usually goes away quickly. On and on and on. It's a spasm. It can last 20 minutes. Oh my God.
We'll tear your butthole apart.
Fucking terrible. Up to 18 people. I don't want to experience this. It happens more to women.
Damn. Now I forget sharks. Dave Deadman added, we'll tear your butthole apart. Doug Bradley, will you say this in our liner?
People. Todd, just in time. We're talking about painful assholes.
Just finished my shower scene for my Dress to Kill 2024. Can't wait for you to not see it since my
butt. What timing? I swear.
Or more.
Todd, do you know what proctalgia fugax is? And the doctor actually says it feels like lightning struck your butthole.
Damn. That's what happens that's like a thing now is people like they sunbathe their buttholes.
What?
Oh, I guess you wouldn't get lightning in
How do you do that? You just like
Yeah, that's like a thing.
Just lay upside down with a hand on your ass. Are there tools for this?
Yeah, like they think like somehow you like just helps you for some reason. I don't know, but
so there's some quotes, a few quotes from the TikTok people about their experiences. Thought I was getting poltergeist in the a-hole one night. Oh, it feels like a toothpick pushing on your pelvis. Fuck that. I assumed it was my
This is not part of Doug Bradley's Thorns.
It is not, but sorry. This just goes on. A pain from your pudendal nerve. Dang. Man, this is quite a learning experience. It just goes on. I won't read all this. It goes on and on. It's totally benign and nothing to worry about, everybody. It may feel like a bee just stung the inside of your bum, but does not mean you've been stricken by some rare butt disease. If it happens every day or lasts longer than 20 minutes, then you go to the doctor. It could be Levitator Annie syndrome. It could get more complicated if you're a woman. Fuck that. Why we're so fucked. I will never come back to this planet as a female. Never. There have to be some big shifts in science to deal with all this crap we have to put up with. Thank you, Dave. I agree. You did bring something special to the show.
Dave, you're a good man, Dave.
We're happy to have you. I'm happy to have you. It's really good to have you back, Dave. You don't even know.
You are a good man.
Without your butt horror podcast. The Within Your Butt horror podcast.
It's a book. I have no mouth, but I must scream. It's like I have no butthole, but I must poop. It could be another Without Your Head film.
Terrible. That would be a torture.
Napkinimation.
In Human Centipede,
Paper,
they're attached. What if
toilet paper
up your butt? What if someone sewed up your butthole and you couldn't poop?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
This is our body horror film. Instead of napkins,
mouth. Oh!
Yeah, it's like a South Park episode. But instead of
does that happen?
No, he starts eating up his ass and poops out his mouth.
Is this Cartman?
No, the dad. But instead of a napkin, that one will animate on toilet paper. Sheets of toilet paper.
Dear God.
Butt Boy is a classic. I love the movie Butt Boy. Thank you. Butt Boy is a great film. I had the filmmakers on. I love Butt Boy. It is one of the most strange films ever made. Let me find the premise.
Butt Boy.
Just read the premise alone, and you'll be like, yes. What the hell?
I am seeing Butt Boy on IMDb from 2019. Detective Fox loves work and alcohol. After going to AA, his sponsor Chip becomes the main suspect in his investigation of a missing kid. Fox also starts to believe that people are disappearing up Chip's butt.
Exactly. He has to go find the missing children up Chip's butthole. It is one of the most bizarre films. I love it. Butt Boy is great.
What's that weird fucking movie about the dad with butts?
The dad with butts? I don't know.
It was very, very inappropriate.
We got butt. We'll have to do Butt Month. We can do Butt Boy and Butt Boy. No, I don't know. I guess Human Centipede and
I guess, yeah.
Well, there's a couple of them. Though I didn't really like it, but it's like that monster that comes out of the guy's butt.
Oh, the Milo one?
Yeah, Milo would be
not for me. Not for me.
But oh, I guess Society.
Is there butt things in Society?
Yeah, it's the guy with he's got a face on his butt.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Butt Month. How do we ask someone to be like music of the month on Butt Month?
I bet the music people would be totally fine with it. Guests? I don't know. We'd have to not tell them it's Butt Month.
Yeah, except for if they're from Butt Boy or something, right? Yeah. We'll have to get the guy from Society who is the butt face.
The Butt Month.
Dave Deadman said, "I'm watching Butt Month." Yeah,
I mean, it looks like a very high quality film.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to the upcoming guest here in a little bit, James and if they're watching, they're like, "What is doing?" But no, I'm sure they'll love it.
Oh my goodness.
James and Shawn Roberts.
I
didn't even realize that they had the same last name.
Maybe you should put them on another day earlier in the evening.
Well, I
forgot.
I could play them to close out the show, and I can also upload them as their own little show as well.
I would do that. Yeah. I would do that. You might, yeah.
Yeah, I can just upload them as their own show. That'd be fine anyway.
I mean, you could do both. Because, there's people here that can see that.
Yeah, they would like to listen
know?
to it. I'm sure I've been
Yeah.
advertising it. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's always better to have more than
yeah,
not enough. Well, I guess.
yeah. Well, that's what I actually the Alex Winter one and stuff. I posted. We played on the show, and then I also posted something. For a while, I was posting I should do that more often though too. Also, I like to put the interviews by themselves, and I should cut the chicken as I've been told. So you put the whole show's up. That's the whole chicken. Then you cut this interview segment out. The whole interview. That's like the chicken breast, and then you start chopping it up from there into little segments and little clips. Like, oh, so you find a little 5-minute segment like that makes me want to watch the whole interview. You watch the interview, makes you want to watch the whole episode, and then you even slice it up from there into the shorts, like under 1 minute segments. So
I don't like the chicken though.
That's
parts of the chicken I want nothing to do with.
Right. But everyone that I see on the YouTubes, that's what they tell you to do if you do long form podcasts.
That makes a lot of sense, Neil. So stop actually making art. Fuck art and your rest of your life.
Yes, do nothing but chop.
Do nothing.
Yeah, I've been learning a bunch of art techniques.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's looking good.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you did for the Arbor Day poster.
Yeah. Arbor Day, yeah.
Neil's making some great. Those if you're making shirts like that, man, you're gonna have a booth at cons. Like, forget about it. They're good.
Yeah, and I if you're a wrestling guy, I made a page for the Pioneers of Pro Wrestling. It's a bunch of wrestlers from the early 1900s. So I don't know, it's fun. But a lot of cool horror stuff I was working on. I actually really liked the poster I did for End Zone 2. I thought it was really cool with the different colors.
I think I must have seen that by now. Did I know you made it? No, I did see it. And it was good. Yes. Now I remember.
Yeah, Trista liked it too. So I was happy.
Very good. I hope she's well. I hope her dog
she's
going well.
Sending me I hope she does. I'm sure she doesn't mind. But she's sending me pictures of a dog that she rescued, and then it was rehomed, and they're sending her updates, which is really nice.
That's really cool. I love the idea of fostering. If I had a different lifestyle, then I would totally foster pets. Keep them.
I told her. I didn't tell her she had to, but she's welcome to come back on the show sometime this year.
Yeah.
Catch up with everyone. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Pepe gave us a return to the topic. Don't share them.
No.
We can all just imagine.
This is not, but I do have to use the restroom. So, do you want to go to a break and come back, or should we play?
I should go. It's 11. I gotta go to my bedtime.
I've drank both my cups of. I actually had 2 cups of tea instead of. I usually have a cup of coffee and tea, but I did so. But I wouldn't get. So I have this one that I always drink my coffee out of, and sometimes tea. I bought a new one. It's a little smaller. It's like, so my idea was this one is going to be coffee only. This one is tea only. But I did go against it, and these were both tea. But this one is going to stay tea only. And this one's really nice. This is a Coleman one, so it's fancy.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It's supposed to stay hot for 9 hours, and it does keep the stuff very hot. So I like it. The Coleman people aren't paying me, but I like to drink my stuff where it's just on the brink of like burning all the taste buds off my tongue. So it's nice to have these things that keeps them very, very hot. This one had tea, and look at this. Sometimes I do this. I put a whole cinnamon stick in my tea.
That's a lot of cinnamon.
It is. It tastes good, though. You can leave it in there for a while and do multiple cups. So. All right. Would you like to watch the trailer for our upcoming guests here for Blood?
Yeah. I'm there for it.
It's only like a minute. It's really cool. Then
we'll
come back real
quick. And coming back?
Yeah, we'll come back real quick, and then we'll go to the interviews. Okay?
Cool.
I need you to babysit for me.
You need to do what?
He's down!
Come on, Phoebe. I don't know how to take care of children.
All he has to do is just keep the kid alive for a couple of hours. It's really not that hard.
kill him. I'm just gonna bash him. How do you want to do this? You want a fist fight? Okay, all right.
This babysitter is really pissing me off.
Wow.
It's a very fun movie. Lots of gore. A lot of fun. It's not a feel bad movie. It's just a fun.
Yeah, it looks very silly.
Yeah.
And knowing it's silly, it's like, yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. So Shawn is not a professional wrestler. I talked to him. He will be coming up here, but he's from the Resident Evil franchise.
Oh.
And so he actually did professional wrestling training though for the movie.
Cool.
Cool.
Very cool.
And
well, that was very fun.
Yeah, and James, who wrote it, this is his first feature film, so it's very exciting for him.
Nice. Dee Schneider, I saw the name.
Yeah,
Dee Schneider seems like an all right guy.
Yeah, honestly, from what I understand, it like he liked it and and said he would do it. So I like that. It was just not much of a story, but I just like like they asked him. That was like his dream guy, James, who wrote it, to do it, and and they asked him, and he decided to do it. So I was like, oh, that's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And so it's between festivals. It premiered at Toronto After Dark, and then it played at Fright Fest last year, and now it's coming to SCREAMBOX.
Nice. Very good. Congratulations to them. Very successful.
Yeah. So we'll play these, and then we're gonna get out of here. But sit back and watch. It's about a half. They're not neither one's super long. About a half hour. We taught the separate ones. James and Shawn, both Roberts. I actually even put that together originally until I made the banner, and it was like, oh yeah, these guys both had the same last name. They were filmed at different times. So the one actually says the wrong music of the month on the bottom of the screen. I apologize, but I don't know. I filmed it at the time, but then I was told I couldn't post it till later. So
that music thing down in the corner right now has got to be something. Levels got to be changed because all I see is the word music.
Yeah. I'll be honest. That's the only logo yet. So I don't know, but he's good. Music by David Rosen. Good dude.
All right. Well, everybody, I have to go to bed to be up for my very demanding, stressful job tomorrow.
All right. Well, I had a great time.
Pleasure. I had a great time as well. Y'all are wonderful. And that's why I'm here. I love doing the show. Love meeting cool new people. Love having y'all in the audience participate. Neil's all right too. So I'll see you guys around the land of the internet, and then again next Thursday.
Yeah, we're back. Rebecca Kennedy.
Yes.
It'll be great.
It will be great. Awesome.
All right.
It's a bye from me.
And we're going to go here to, I'm going to start with Shawn Roberts, the lead of the film. Here we go. I think so I'm going to have to screen share this one, but I'm going to take myself out of here. Welcome to the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by the star of Here for Blood, Shawn Roberts. How you doing?
All right, bud. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for coming on. So I'm a big fan of the movie. It's very fun. It's very gory. And for people who don't know anything about it yet, could you give them an idea?
The film takes place over the course of an evening while I am given the responsibility of taking care of a small child, and that small child happens to be the focus of attention for a satanic group willing to sacrifice her to bring over spirits from the other side.
Exactly. And this isn't based on your real life or anything.
Strangely enough, no, not in this one. Art is not reflecting life.
So what interested you in the movie?
When James finished writing that script and it got sent over to me, I probably got through the first 3 pages and I said, well, this certainly seems like you wrote it for me. It's a testament to James' writing. There's everything that ends up in the movie was in the script. We're not making shit up along the way. He just really had a good vision, a solid vision, and his characters were hashed out. I don't know how long he took to write this script, but it was all there on the page. And when I got to the end of it, I said, well, how soon can we start? Because like this is it. And I've been doing this for decades now, and it feels like I finally got the one role that you wanted the entire time, right?
Yeah.
I just hope that enough people can get eyeballs on it.
Yeah, I talked to James about the movie, so it's his first, feature film, and he said your role, Tom, was really hard to find the right actor because he needed someone who looked the role but also was a good actor. So that's a big compliment.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, it's generally big guys don't get a lot of roles, so either you're a big guy or you're an actor. You're hardly ever both, right?
Right. So, yeah. How about for training for the wrestling scenes?
So we spent an afternoon with Tyson Ducks out in his wrestling facility. It was a sweaty August day, I want to say, and he was a champ, man. He explained how everything works and how to sort of read off of each other for what's coming next. And it is clearly his passion, and he managed to streamline it for me. And I'm pretty happy with how the wrestling turned out in the movie. I know it's pretty brief in the beginning, but yeah, apparently the fans that we had in the audience were convinced that I was actually a wrestler. I was like, okay, well, that's amazing. All right, job well done.
Yeah, and you do some wrestling moves throughout the movie, like body slamming cultists and.
Yes. Well, there's always a throwback to it, and there came a point when I was just like, okay, I love wrestling, but like, there's a point where you're just like, that's not realistic. So we had to make some adjustments. Yeah. But yeah, man, it was nice to have that action and some comedy, Yeah.
Are you a wrestling fan?
I'm not nearly.
It's fine if you're not. All right.
I just, I mean, sure, I've seen wrestlers bleed, but it's not the same as, UFC getting an elbow in the face. So I just, I don't know, a bunch of sweaty dudes half naked. It's not really my thing. Not into it.
Fair enough. So, do you normally do like a lot of your stunts in your movies? A lot of
any chance, and because a lot of times it's production and their insurance, and you're the only actor we have. If you get messed up, we can't do it. And I'm not Jackie Chan or Tom Cruise, so basically whatever they say goes. But yeah, man, I mean, I've actually taken a couple of jobs that are just stunt jobs because let me get in there. Let me do the real thing. And I get that, sometimes there's actors that you probably shouldn't, don't do that. No. But this is what I've lived for. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah. But actually, which came first though? Did you pursue acting or were you like a stunt guy at first?
Well, I started when I was 12, so no, I was just an actor.
That'd be strange, yeah. But bringing the 12-year-old stuntman,
right?
Yeah.
It's a really tight knit group, so it's not easy to get into. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Any injuries doing stunts throughout your career?
Actually, the one that comes to mind most prevalently is when I was on Supernatural. So that show had been filming in Vancouver for, I want to say, almost like 15 years. And finally I got a part on it. And there's where I come up to a car for cover during a gunfight. Well, I hip slammed that car, and I kept doing it because I'm coming in with speed. This whole side of my leg and hip were purple the next day. And it wasn't even, it was my own doing. It was completely unnecessary, but it's probably the biggest injury that I've ever had from actually doing stunts. And it wasn't even a stunt.
Yeah. You should, I know when you make up something, you should make up some really big story instead of I just hit, side of a car. But,
yeah, no, the stunts go wrong if you get hurt.
Yeah. And no injuries and I here for blood.
No, I think, well, okay. Yeah. I got a small cut on my knuckle. with our final fight scene, ended up hitting the mask on one of the takes, and I think we cracked it, and it kind of just scraped my hand, but that's not really worth mentioning.
Yeah, little small bumps and bruises. But by the way, I know you didn't create the mask, but the masks are really cool in the movie. I really like the upside down mask. I never really saw it before, and it's creepy looking. And so, just when you're acting with the people with does that add to you get into the role when you're seeing everyone in their full costumes?
Well, as the actors get dressed up and they start putting it on, well, obviously they start having a little more fun with it too, right? So it's fun, but it's also challenging because they're a lot of times the masks are suffocating and they're difficult to see with outside, and you're doing stunts, and we only have one of them, so we got to protect it. And but sure, I mean, it's just like anything else. When it's real, when it's in front of you and not going to be done on a computer later, it's more fun. It feels right anyway.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because myself and probably everyone watching this they're going to prefer practical effects over digital effects, and this is chock full of practical effects. But as an actor, what is the difference to work with?
Well, I mean, it's just a whole nother level of make believe if you have to use CGI, right? And I feel like even the audience feels it. I'm really hoping that we can all agree that computer generated images are great and they will enhance certain things, but man, if AI takes over the film industry, we can't let it happen. So please, show up, see this movie, and say that you like the practical effects of people, because everybody's really nervous right now.
Yeah, yeah, it's a weird time for sure. How about preparing for the role? Because you said a big guy, but sometimes you're thinner. You're always like fit, but you're definitely your bulkiest. I think I've seen you in for Hero for Blood.
Yeah, well, the acting's been a bit slow, so a lot of free time to go to the gym. And it comes to a point when you realize that either you're gonna go for it or you don't. And the years are getting on, so if I don't develop a physique that I can carry for the next 40 years, well, then I can't do that at 50. So I have to do it now or don't do it at all. And so yeah, man, I just ended up having a slow year and lots of time to go to the gym, and why not?
Yeah, it worked out for the movie.
Yeah. At least for this one.
Right. Now, did you know the director beforehand, Daniel Torres?
No, I think this is like his second film or something. So yeah, no, it was a lot of fresh blood on this film, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a lot of blood all around, fresh and otherwise, I guess. But I know you've done a lot of horror movies, but have you been covered in blood so much?
Well, in this one in particular, luckily, I think for the most part, the blood was on the shirt, so it would
which is a good image, yeah.
Versus on me. But I know that some of the other cast members had to have a shower after each of their experiences, and bathe with the shaving cream because it takes the dye out of the blood.
Oh, interesting.
But I mean, it's not so bad, and you know what you're getting into when you sign up, so it's almost something you look forward to. You're like, yeah, we're finally here, fucking spread it on, man. It just sucks when the blood has been cold and been sitting in a fucking garage for the last how many hours.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's blood, ice cold, awesome. Thanks.
Did you keep that shirt, by the way?
Son of a. So I had one of the guys set one aside for me, but because I've been so on my last day of filming, I'd been so in the routine of putting shit back in the closet and off you go that I forgot the damn shirt.
Oh damn! Because it's a great, it's on the poster and it looks cool, and I don't know, photo ops would be good down the road or something. Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess we've sent some out to some influencers, and they will be out there and available, but I just don't happen to have one. No.
All right. Yeah, I don't have one either. But so when you saw the movie all edited together for the first time, what did you think?
Son of a! It actually turned out really great.
Yeah.
I think I saw it before we had any of the soundtrack done initially, and then when I went to the screening, man, it's one thing to watch it in your own place and it's all quiet and whatnot, but to experience it with an audience who really really seems to enjoy these type of movies. Man, am I ever glad I got to do that, because it's one of those few times you're in a movie theater when people are yelling at the screen and they're like really engaged, and that is probably one of the most rewarding experiences you can have. Like, I don't care what the numbers are. I want to know that people had a good time watching it, right? So I think we succeeded so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm someone who goes to movies every week, but this is definitely a movie that would really play well with an audience, and I wish I get to see it. I know it's coming out on the 9th, theaters and on SCREAMBOX, but I saw it won an award for best movie to watch with an audience, which I think is very fitting.
It's a good sign. So yeah, let's get some asses in seats and fill those theaters, people. Come on.
Yeah. So when you went to the screening, did you go to one of the festivals?
We went to the Toronto screening, so I think that was
After Dark.
I think so. I know that we've made quite the round of the festival circuit, but yeah, it was a really good response. They had a great setup there at the Scotiabank Theater. Felt like a movie star, man, and that's not something you get to do as an actor very often.
Yeah.
So it was nice to get that reception for sure. It was the right venue, because I think any other sort of film festival, it's not the audience, right? You need the right audience, and
yeah,
we found them.
I'm a big fan of Jesse Buck in the movie. It's a smaller role, but every time he pops up, I'd have a big smile on my face. And what was he like to work with? Because he's very fun in the film.
He is very fun. He's got quite the history to his performance background. And it was neat because he got to bring his kid on set to come and see some of the stuff. And
very cool.
Yeah, it's really, it's exciting to see when actors come in, even they make their small roles count. And this was definitely an example of that. He was, and some of the hours that he spent getting all the stuff done, I mean, my heart goes out to you. But Jesse, that's for sure. It was nice to have him.
Yeah, it's a very fun movie. I'm a fan of all different horror movies, but this is not like one where you're going to watch and feel bad. There's a lot of gore, but it's very over the top, which really makes it just more fun when you're watching it.
Yeah, it's not cringeworthy like when Saw put that person in the thing of needles. Like, oh, I don't want to see that, but give me something so ridiculous that I can kind of enjoy it. Well, then that makes sense, right? So
yeah. How about Joelle, who plays the girl that you're babysitting?
She blew me away, man. There's not too often that you meet somebody who is as prepared and willing and open and available. It's nice to have a good, solid team, and she was that other half of the team, man. She was a trooper, so it meant the world to have people as on board, because again, this isn't nobody's getting rich here. This is just enough to get your gas to show up and do it. And to have people that committed to it, it's inspiring, and she killed it in the movie. So there was a couple of scenes or edits rather, that didn't make it into the movie that I wish I would have, for her sake, because her being a badass. But no, man, I think she killed it for sure. I think she's got a bright future a bright future ahead of her. There we go.
Right. There we go. I got you. So was Dee Snider, did you know Dee Snider was going to be the voice when you're filming the movie?
No idea. We had the production designer doing the voice, and there's a little girl making the voice. They're like, what is this? What are we going to do here? So when he came on board, I was like, okay, wow, really? How much did that cost? But hey, man, I'm glad he's a part of it, and he seems to like the movie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. And it's cool. I like the little, neat factor to it, right?
Yeah. Now, I really love the movie, not just because I'm talking to you. So I would like people to go see it, check it out. It's going to be on SCREAMBOX. Look to see if it's at a theater near you, because I think that would be really a fun way to see Here for Blood.
Right.
Yeah. And thanks for doing this.
Thanks. All right, Neil. Appreciate it, and take care. Hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, definitely. Bye. Hey, I'm back here once again. Just going to be pulling up the other interview. Thank you guys for staying with us and watching these interviews for Here for Blood. Lots of cool stuff coming up on the show next week. Rebecca Kennedy, We get to that. Colleen Udy from My Bloody Valentine. Pepe Potita still here with me. Thank you, my friend, my amigo. Don't forget to hit this like button and subscribe to Without Your Head. Follow us on Instagram, on Threads, on X, Facebook. Join the Facebook group. That's an active group throughout the week and interact with us. All right, so now I'm going to go into our interview with the writer and producer of Here for Blood, James Roberts. It was really fun to talk with him about the movie. Seemed like a really good guy. All right, let me pull this up. All right, here we go, folks. We are going to pull this up, but it's playing on its own. It's like a Stephen King story where the video just starts playing on its own. All right, here we go. We are going to go right now. Yeah. Things are a well-oiled machine here. All right, here we go. James Roberts for Here for Blood. Welcome to the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by James Roberts, writer and producer of Here for Blood. It's good to have you here.
It's good to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. So Here for Blood is coming to select theaters and SCREAMBOX February 9th. Perfect movie for Valentine's Day. And
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect movie, yeah.
For people not aware yet, could you give them an idea of what it's about?
Sure. I like to describe the movie as Home Alone meets Rambo. It's a home invasion splatterfest about a pro wrestler who, desperate to make ends meet, takes a babysitting job. And the night he takes the job, a group of masked assailants break into the house and attempt to abduct the child he's in charge of. And they weren't expecting the 240-pound pro wrestler. I'll just say that much.
Yeah. And a lot of that stuff seems like maybe it's an R movie and it's a lot of splatter stuff, but I want people to know it's also a fun movie. It's not like a mean-spirited horror movie.
Yeah, we really wanted to, like some of the movies that I love the most are like Tremors and like, Fright Night. And there was a real spirit of fun to those movies. There's some horror elements, but at the end of the film, you don't feel down leaving. We were hoping that, when you watch the film, you feel excited and pumped up, and, you and your friends could yell at the screen and have a couple drinks or whatever, and just feel good and have a really fun time. That's kind of the spirit we were really trying to have come across with the film.
Yeah. And you really nailed it, not just because you're here, but it's a very fun movie. I like the really over-the-top gore effects and everything. And I'm a big wrestling fan. So are you a wrestling fan?
Yeah, you know what? I wrestled for a number of years on the independent circuit up here in Canada. So my trainer, his name was Tyson Dukes. He's a Canadian wrestling legend, and he trained Shawn, gave Shawn a crash course in wrestling on the film, and he's actually featured as Shawn's opponent in the opening of the film. There's a wrestling scene, and that's Tyson Dukes wrestling Shawn in the ring.
Yeah, I actually Googled Shawn after the movie. Like, I knew who he was, but I was like, I wonder if did he wrestle at all? Because sometimes when I see a movie and someone's doing the wrestling, it's like, you can tell like they have no idea what they're doing. But he looked legit.
Yeah, he did not have any wrestling experience. He came in just completely open-minded and ready to learn. He did all of his own stunts in the film, which he got a little taste of the wrestling world there. He's taking his own bumps. But he was so game and open to try, whatever we needed him to do. There's a fight scene you can see where he gets picked up and he gets like a gut wrench suplex right to the ground. And that was us filming in like freezing weather in Canada. And Shawn's out there in a t-shirt, like taking bumps, taking his licks. And he was a real team player in that respect.
Was that a hard character to cast for?
It was very tough. It was tough because you need somebody who, the physique. There's not a lot of guys as big as Shawn, you know what I mean, or have that physique. They also have to have a charisma to carry a film, and then they also have to have a kind of a, you know, he's kind of a hard edged pro wrestler, but he's got a bit of a soft side. You know, he cares about it. He's got a bit of a soft side, and he likes to look after people. So there's a lot of levels and dynamics there, and we were really lucky. We just cold reached out to Shawn, asking him if he'd take a look at the script, and he did, and we couldn't believe we got him to be a part of the project. But you know, we were super lucky we did, because I think he gives a really terrific performance in this one.
Definitely, yeah. And by the way, what was your wrestling name?
Oh, I used to go by Jim Strider. I was wrestled around Ontario, and you know, I was a big Stan Hansen
Nice.
influence. So my finisher was a lariat, and you know, it was very rough and you know, high energy brawling was what I like to do. So yeah, that was my dalliance in the as I dabbled in the pro wrestling world for a number of years. Yeah.
So a cheap plug from other podcasts, which is a wrestling podcast. I had in the early years, like 2006, I had Stan Hansen on the show, which was very cool.
So that's so sweet. That's awesome.
Super nice guy. I was a little intimidated to have him on, but he's
no kidding. Yeah, that'd be so cool. I'll have to search that up and give that a listen.
So this is your first feature film that's been made anyway. So like, how long have you been writing scripts?
I mean, since you know, I was in high school in like 2005 or 6. You know, I've been writing for a number of years, and I've made shorts and little, you know, backyard films with your buddies. You know, just really no budget stuff. And I had been writing for a while. I've had a script optioned in Hollywood. Went around, nothing came of it, as is with the, you know, typical of the industry. But this is one I wanted to put all my love into. Everything I love in movies: practical effects, wrestling, you know, the horror genre, you know, 80s action movies with, like, you know, Stallone and Schwarzenegger type guys. Like I those are the movies that made me want to, you know, make movies. So I really tried to kind of put everything in, and just go for it. We went for it. We put everything in and put our hearts up there on the screen, and I really hope that comes across to the viewers.
It did to me. And so did you know the director Daniel Torres? Or I say Torres? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I used to work with him at a bakery. We used to like work in the shipping department. So for years. So and we worked on like a little no budget film at one point, and he reached out to me at the beginning of COVID, and we said let's try to do something seriously, you know, and get something going, and not just do it with our buddies in a backyard, you know. So we really just started from nothing, and somehow ended up here. It's been a tremendous amount of work, and you know, a lot of times it's just you kind of have to have the audacity to ask people. You know, ask Shawn. You know, we asked Dee Snider to be in the movie. He said yes. You know, we reached out to Brad Miska at SCREAMBOX, Bloody Disgusting. He liked the movie, and now we've got a U.S. release coming up, and it's kind of incredible from where we started, you know. So
yeah, and it's awesome that you did it with you know, a friend of yours.
Yeah, like I mean, I have a lot of, like, we're in a smaller community, a couple hours south of Toronto, and there's no film industry here, so a lot of the people who worked on the film and came together to make this happen are friends and family. And you know, one of my neighbors who I used to babysit when he was a kid, you know, was a PA on the set, and like just you know, funny little things like that kept happening. So it really was just a group of people just coming together and really going for it. You know, it really was. Yeah. It was a labor of love. Yeah.
So the movie that's like finished, is it pretty much exactly how you wrote it? Like, was it changed at all, you know, while you're making it?
Pretty much. I mean, there's little things that change, you know, just depending on all of the pitfalls of independent filmmaking, whether, you know what I mean, something happens, you just roll with it. But it's I mean, the essence, the heart and the tone and the characters I created all came through beautifully, portrayed by the actors. So I'm really happy with the heart and the spirit of the film, because I think that was what, as the writer of the script, that's so important to me, and I think to any story or film, is to have the essence of that really come through, and I think it does.
So, pulling off, like, because you keep saying independent film, and there's a lot of gore effects in the movie. Was that hard to pull off on, an independent budget?
Well, we worked with our good friends at the Butcher Shop Effects Studio. They're based out of Hamilton, Ontario, and they are amazing. They're not only really awesome, cool guys, but huge fans of the genre. They are down to go for it. We said we wanted blood, they gave us blood. You know what I mean? So we definitely had a budget, and we went as far as we could within it. You know what I mean? We kept it practical as much as we could, because that's what gets me excited to go see a horror movie.
Yeah.
It's for me, it's all about the practical effects. So, when you're working on an independent budget, sometimes like you've got one of something. Hey, we need to take this thing's head off. We've got one, so let's get it. And everything worked out. We didn't lose anything. Oh no, it went terribly. It did. Everything worked. Like everything went. We were very lucky in that respect, that all of their effects, they worked like a charm, and that was nerve wracking. There's things, without going into spoilers, there's a scene where one of the characters' flesh is melting, and we see it from below as it's dripping towards the camera. And we had one head to melt, and if it caught on fire or didn't work, we were literally holding blow torches just off camera, melting it. And so it was, that was exciting, and definitely a unique part of the independent horror filmmaking experience.
And I love that most of the kills are like overkills. They keep going and going, which as it goes, that adds to the humor to it, almost like Monty Python in a way. Like so much.
It's like I've always kind of described it as almost like Looney Tunes violence, where it's not hyper realistic or disturbing. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to get a chuckle out of you. Like same way when an anvil falls on the coyote's head. It's fun. It's so that was kind of the spirit of what we were going for, and because we didn't want it to be necessarily disturbing or downbeat or we wanted it to be fun. We wanted people to kind of leave feeling good about it, feeling happy, and as weird as that is for a horror film, what I mean? We wanted it to be
watching this
upbeat.
Understand that idea,
yeah.
Which I saw that you guys won an award, which was best movie to watch with an audience, which I think that's a great award in general. But horror and comedy, I think, are the two best things to watch with an audience. And then when you combine them, like I can imagine this was a really good experience to watch with people.
It was really fun. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. We premiered it at Toronto After Dark. And yeah, we won like best kill, best fight, best movie to watch with an audience. Like a lot of the things we wanted them to enjoy, it seemed like they enjoyed. And then we took it over to the UK, to Fright Fest in Glasgow, Scotland. And that particular audience, the UK audience, they seemed to really get the sense of humor. They seemed to really get it, because it was wild and hilarious. And that crowd certainly were up for interacting with the film, and yelling and having a good time, and we kind of want that. Some of my favorite memories are going to midnight screenings with your friends, and everybody's yelling at the screen and cheering and booing, and it's I think that's kind of something you can't quite get at times, when you're watching stuff on a laptop or anything like that. But you can certainly have some friends over and watch it on TV, and you guys can all have some pizza and laugh and all that good stuff. And that's kind of what we want. It's kind of like a bit of a grindhouse feel, where it's interactive. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah. No, and of course, some things you have to watch at home, and that's great. But there's nothing beats the theater experience, I don't think.
No, absolutely.
So did you get to go to both those, the one in Toronto and Fright Fest?
Yeah, I traveled to both those screenings, and also we did Fright Fest Glasgow, and then we got invited back to Fright Fest in London a couple months later because the Glasgow one went over so well. They were kind enough to invite us back to sort of their main festival in London. So I did go to that one as well, and it's been neat to see, you know, just how audiences, sometimes they'll laugh harder at one part than another part, and sometimes a joke hits harder in one. You know what I mean? It's fun seeing the difference in what audience is feeling what way on what night.
Yeah. What are the benefits, in your opinion, for someone watching us who makes their own movies or want to make their movies, of going to the festivals with your film?
Well, I think especially a community like the horror community, it's 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 not like any other. There's nothing else in film like a horror community. There's no, you know, drama. Nobody goes to a convention for Adam
For
Sandler movies, or you know what I
Right.
mean. Like
There's
there's
not
a
a
real
rom-com, yeah,
yeah, a rom com community. Like there really is a community, and when you go to these things, especially as a horror filmmaker, you're meeting these people and you're talking to them, and that's what's so special about this is it's not an isolated experience. Like there is a really vibrant, amazing community that you can connect with, and that's what, like, this is why we make these movies, because you share these things with each other. You tell, you know what I mean? Somebody's got the cool older cousin who tells you, you got to check out, Reanimator. And like, that's what we exactly. There you go. Perfect. So, that's what I think the benefit, especially as a horror filmmaker, is you get to really go and be a part of it and celebrate, not only your hard work and but every all the other filmmakers hard work. And you get to meet like-minded people, and you get to really be part of that connection, that community, which is what makes this so special.
And this is the station of decapitation, so I don't want to spoil a movie, but there is a great decapitation, which made me happy. And I keep notes throughout the year so I can remember my favorite, not just movies, but like scenes. And this is the first one I put in my notes for favorite kill of the year so far.
Oh, that's great! I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully we can make it all the way to the end of the year. It's still early.
Yeah,
still
no,
early days, but
yeah, right. Yeah, my favorure kill of the year, and I know we're 20 days in or something. But still,
I'll
it
take
was
it.
pretty cool. Yeah. So you said, you reach out to D. Snyder. Weirdly, it's always advice I give people if they ask, like, how do you get blah 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 on the show, whatever. Just ask someone. The worst they're going to say is no. So, and if they say no, who cares? But how did that go? Was he just on board right away?
Yeah, we went through his agent, and he was like, "Let's do it." I've been kind of people have been sort of asking me today about, what is it like meeting D. Snyder? Like it's a bit surreal because it's like it's somebody who's just in the pop culture zeitgeist. You know what I mean? He's been around since I was born. You see those music videos. You know what I mean? You see, Pee-wee's Big Adventure where he's in the film. Like he's just always been there. So it's almost like when you're talking to somebody, you're just kind of like, okay, this is kind of weird, and you're just like, I'm really talking to this guy. He's addressing me. So it was very surreal, and he was so cool and supportive, and he's a supporter of independent filmmaking, independent horror filmmaking, and boy, it was a treat. He was just the coolest. I can't say enough. It was surreal. It's very strange. It's just like, this is a guy who's just always been. You see him on TV. It's just like there's like, that's a real guy. That's cool.
What was the act like the first time you watch it with an audience like? Because you're watching the movie and editing, and you're so involved in it, and at some point,
you gotta
maybe you don't really see it
show
as
it
a
to
movie
people.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. You go, man, I really hope that this doesn't suck and everybody's booing it and they all get up and leave. I think that's every filmmaker. You know what I mean? The first time you watch it with a crowd, it's nerve wracking. You know what I mean? And they seem to have fun, and the other audiences I've seen it with have had fun, and that's what we want is that fun shared experience you know, and as long as we can accomplish that for the audience that this film was made for, I'm so happy, you know. So that's what we were going for. And yeah, the first time was nerve wracking, but rewarding when it was done.
Yeah. I know maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but any chance that we would revisit these characters in a sequel?
If the people want it, yeah, absolutely. We've kicked around a few ideas for the sequel. You know, I've talked about how it would be fun to have it set at the Phoebe and Tom, the two leads, at their wedding, and their wedding gets attacked as a revenge by the cult, but the entire groom's side are all pro wrestlers, so it'd be like a total bloodbath at the wedding, and I think that'd be really fun.
Yeah. And I want to mention Jesse Buck in the movie. I think is a really fun character.
Thank you for bringing him up. He was like, when I was writing it, like, that character was like, this is one of my favorite characters. Like, he's like a silent movie film star. You know what I mean? I think we described him in the casting call like an evil Buster Keaton or evil Charlie Chaplin. You know, he's like the really almost kind of slapstick character where all these horrible things keep happening to him and he keeps bouncing back. He is the Wile E. Coyote of the movie, so to speak. So that was, and he's actually he's on tour right now with Cirque du Soleil. He's a clown.
Oh, really?
He's a
That's amazing.
Professional Cirque du Soleil clown. So his physicality and his facial expressions are just so hilarious and so like he's a tremendous talent. And yeah, I'm really excited for people to see his work in the film.
Yeah, I loved him in the movie. Every time he'd pop up, I would have a smile on my face. I was like, I'm glad he's still around here. In the movie. Yeah. So where can people follow you or Here for Blood to see, you know, where they'll be able to see it?
Sure, yeah. You can follow us on Instagram or Twitter at Here for Blood. You can follow SCREAMBOX, Cineverse, Bloody Disgusting. They'll be posting all the updates about the film in the States. And yeah, I have Twitter. I honestly just started it, so I don't even know what my handle is.
You're a very hard person to find on social media. I was looking around. So.
Yeah, I just started it, so I'll give you a follow later. But my name's James Roberts. I'm out there somewhere, so I'm just getting that started.
All right, very cool. This is very fun, and love to talk to you again sometime.
I would love that. That'd be fantastic.
Aha! All right. Well, thank you, James Roberts and Shawn Roberts of Here for Blood. Really good time. A big thanks to Matt Skinner for coming on and talking about air fryer slaughter. Now I've got to go set up my air fryer, start making some good air fried food, share some recipes with my man, Matt Skinner. I've known Matt for on the Facebook. It was really fun to get to talk to him. I think his love of the genre and his love of the horror community really shined through, which really made me happy. And we've got the love all up here. Look at this. We've got people, whenever they talk about Neal, about Nasty Neal, the one thing they say is romantic. And so here we're showing it all this month here for February. By the way, if you would like to help out Without Your Head to help cover all the costs to run the thing here, you can either super chat right here on Facebook, or you could Venmo Headyverse, HEADYVERSE, or you could PayPal Without Your Head, gmail.com. Anyone who sends $5 or more all month, not only will you get your name in the credits as a special thank you, you will also get a Valentine's Day card from Nasty Neal. Who wouldn't want a Valentine's Day card signed by Nasty Neal himself, personalized to you? Yeah, and helps cover all this stuff. All right, so we're going to be playing out David Rosen, our music of the month here. I've been wearing the Brooklyn hat. One of my guests yelled at me, like, where the hell is the Fright Fest hat? So I broke out the Fright. He didn't really yell at me, but broke out the Fright Fest hat. Please go and join the group. That's facebook.com/ youtube.com/group/without your head horror. Subscribe here not only for this show, not only for the live experience, but you also get Diablo Joe's audio reviews. You get Todd Yeager's reviews. You get Justin Beheading reviews. He just joined Without Your Head. You get Dinner and a Movie, which is now a live experience as well. At least once a month, Annabelle and I get together, watch some stuff. Maybe we'll do some live streaming from the upcoming Dead of Winter, which if we get there, I'm sure we're going to do some live streaming. That'll be a great time. You're going to get all that stuff, and you never know what else will pop up here. Trailers, all kinds of cool stuff. So please subscribe and also share it out with your friends, your enemies, your loved ones. Go to the main website, Without Your Head. Click all the different things and share them out to the world, because all that kind of stuff helps out here in Without Your Head. And a heartfelt thank you for everyone who supported the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2 Kickstarter to get our feature films released to the world. 250 backers. That's really amazing. Thanks, guys and girls. Thank you, all you folks. It's really, really proud. It's an amazing experience. Thank you, Michael Epstein, Sophia Cassiola, for doing things with me, having me part of these creations. And I also realized that, the movie was made between the three of us. So, but yeah, it's an amazing experience. And all the wonderful people from End Zone 2 and Smash. It was good stuff. All right. So I'm going to play us out here with some music from David Rosen. Check him out. Go and look him up. I should have some links up. After this over, I'll put some links in here in the description and on the website, so where you guys can find more of his music. Really good stuff. Music of the month here, David Rosen. All right, until next week. That was Annabelle Lecter. Terrible Troy was watching hockey, his nephew playing hockey, and I'm Nasty Neal, and this is Without Your Head. Whoa!